Hi everyone, and welcome to our annual UKtech50, where we honour the most influential leaders in UK IT. For those of you who don't know my face, I'm Liz Evanstad and I'm the Management Editor at Computer Weekly, and I'll be your host for this afternoon. This is a new event format for us, as we've never run this as a virtual event, so please do bear with us if we come across any technical difficulties. I hope we don't, but who knows. This last year has brought unprecedented changes and challenges for all of us. And technology bosses have had to think on their feet and deal with new changes and obstacles like never before. So it will be a really interesting event. This year, we are partnering with our good friends Harvey Nash, and together we have put together a jam-packed afternoon for you with some amazing speakers and knowledgeable panels before we reveal what we're all here for, the winner of this year's top 50 list. The way we're going to run the event is we're going to have 4 speakers who will speak for a maximum of about 15 minutes each, which will be followed by a half-hour panel before we have a break. Then after the break, we will have another 4 amazing speakers and another panel before we continue the countdown of this year's UKtech50 and announce the winner. I also encourage you all to tweet using the hashtag UKtech50 and follow the conversation on Twitter, as well as you engage with others in the Zoom chats if you want, as we can't do any physical networking. I'm hoping it won't be too long before we're all able to be in the room together again and do that. But before we kick off, I'm going to hand over to Bev White, CEO of our event partner, Harvey Nash, for further introductions. So Bev, over to you.
Thank you, Liz, and hello and good afternoon, everyone. My name's Bev White and I am the CEO of the Harvey Nash Group. A huge thank you for joining us today. As a group, we are absolutely passionate about technology solutions and recruitment, and we're very proud to be partnering with Computer Weekly to celebrate some of the most influential and innovative leaders in UK tech. And what a year it's been for technology. Amongst all the challenges, adversity, and changes, we've seen startups revolutionizing the tech landscape, the public sector transforming the way they operate, and people relying, I include myself in that, now more than ever before on technology. Of course, behind all these changes was a common driving force, the people. The tech industry has a lot to celebrate today. Those who continue to take risks, to persevere through some of the most turbulent times in their careers. The powerhouses who continue to inspire and motivate us, who rose to the challenge and nurtured their teams to achieve success. We'll be hearing from some of these people today. A few years ago, if you'd asked someone, what are the key attributes that make a successful tech leader? We might have mentioned things like strategy, innovation, having a strong vision, having the right skill set. Our speakers today will be sharing how they gained all of these attributes and more. They'll also be displaying empathy, authenticity, and compassion for their people, which led to the growth against the odds. The beauty of the tech industry is that it constantly evolves, but it's the people that drive the technology that we really must applaud today. I really hope you enjoyed today's event and gained some key insights for you to implement, not only in businesses, but in your personal lives too. I'm now going to hand over to Liz to welcome our first speaker. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Bev. You are so right. It's been incredible to see how the tech industry has come together and worked so hard, and the drive that individual people have had to come up with such creative solutions during the pandemic. I think we all knew before the pandemic how amazing and useful technology can be in all aspects of our lives. But I think the pandemic has really shown the entire world how useful it can be. Now, to kick off today's event, I am pleased to introduce Belinda Finch. Belinda is the CIO for 3UK, a role which took on in the middle of the pandemic. I think it was in between on the first and the second lockdown. I'm getting my lockdowns a bit mixed up here, but Belinda is going to share some insight into how to lead a business-led IT department in unstable times. She's going to talk about how IT leaders can provide business value when undergoing transformation, as well as potential issues during that process that CIOs should be aware of. Now, Belinda will join us later for the panel as well. But for this talk, she has sent us a video, which we will play now, barring any technical difficulties. So play video.
Hello, my name is Belinda Finch and I'm the CIO of 3 UK. Today, I want to talk to you about a passion of mine, well, one of my passions anyway, and that is business-led transformation and why it's so vitally important that any change of any size and scale needs to be led from the business side. For the avoidance of any doubt, when I say business, I mean those areas of your organisation that touch the customer or clients that you work with. So basically, every single person in the organisation with no exceptions, everybody. Imagine a time before COVID. Remember those days where we could all go to the cinema for a meal, for a drink in the local pub? Well, we might be able to soon. And also run along our streets without having to run into a road to avoid walkers and such like. Well, in these times, which does seem an age away, we also used to think that digital transformation was a technology transformation. Something that enabled a fabulous customer experience and allowed a business to think digital first. But nevertheless, it was technology-led transformation. Removing old legacy stacks, putting in shiny new digital platforms that are cloud native, easy to maintain and upgrade, etc., etc. Sometime over the last few years, and this has accelerated over the last year, this has turned itself on its head. And now digital transformation is now a business transformation, much, much more than it's an IT transformation. Yes, it's always impacted the business and commercial side of the business, but it wasn't really led by them. So why am I here today and what do I want you to take away? So I'm going to give you my perspective on why I think it's important, the 2 steps you have to do to make sure it's a success, and finally, my top 4 hints and tips to making this work. I know I'll try and give you a few examples of why things can fail along the way. So business-led transformation, why is it important and why on earth has this accelerated over the last year? It's simple, and this has been talked about many, many times over the last year. In order to make money, business has had to concentrate on the digital side of their businesses, ensuring no human touch customer experience, but still providing all the bells and whistles a human would provide. Well, why is that important? Well, it is the push for digitize or die. This has enabled the IT change necessary to accelerate this transformation, and it's made it much easier. The business case stands up better with business input. You no longer do you have to compete with the bricks and mortar investment requests, and it's digital all the way. In fact, the business and commercial teams are crying out for more and more and more simple, speedy, slick, and agile technology so that they can change their online displays as easily as they can change their retail ones. Adding in the ability to translate human empathy and human touch is also an added bonus. And don't forget, businesses are all here to make money. Technology has moved from being an enabler of the business process to becoming a key factor in long-term business strategy. Technology choices and investment now define how fast a business moves, how agile it becomes, and how effective it is in gaining and maintaining competitive advantage, and a very important one in today's climate. So I'm going to give you my point of view to what you need to do to make transformation program work in 2 simple steps. Number 1, make it business-led. In my experience, to make any type of change or transformation work, as a company, you need to be totally joined up. You need to be agile and you need to be led from the top. And leading the push for digital transformation right now, more than ever before, is the business, jointly with IT, of course. This move to business-led transformation has now been happening for a while with Agile. We are now seeing many multidisciplinary teams all working together under one leader responsible for both the technology and the business outcome. As we move more and more towards this as a standard way of working, we've got no choice but to embrace a business-led transformation. IT and the business can no longer be separate. As I said to my team in a town hall recently, we are IT. We are the business. We're not a separate entity. We, IT, are the business. Agile has become a popular way to boost a change program because of a number of things. Definitely a method that has a proven record of boosting the success rate of projects. It also creates a unique work culture where technology and the businesses are both equal, and that helps increase team morale. And as compared to other methods, Agile process is just quick, and it's quick enough to adjust to changes requested by the client throughout the development cycle. And this is where working jointly in an Agile team means you are business-led by definition. Okay, so that's my very simple first step. You're now joined up with the business. The business is now leading the change with IT as the enabler. Making that first step is the easy bit. But how do you actually make it work in practice? And how do you ensure that the end product is business-led and very, very importantly, business accepted? So this brings me to my step number 2. You've got to change your culture and lead it from the top. The most important step in a culture change is to align business user requirements to the IT's decision-making process. Very simple to say, or maybe not so much. This is massively resource intensive because ideally you're looking to create cross-functional, multidisciplinary teams that drives this change where the leader is responsible for both the technology and the business outcome, and not one or the other as in the traditional change programs. However, this is really hard to do. And many times what ends up happening is one of the two groups becomes to spearhead that initiative and their voice becomes the loudest in the final decision. So we can end up with either a user-friendly IT solution, but IT can't implement it, or the solution is easy and cheap to implement, however, it's not user-friendly at all. Or you end up not making a decision at all and it drifts on and on, the latter being the most popular in my experience. Digital transformation requires the organisation to deal better with change overall, and this is where the culture change comes in. You need to drive a company-wide cultural understanding of why and how this change to digital will ease and enhance the day-to-day of IT and business professionals. This must be led from the top, and every single person in the organisation needs to understand what part they have to play. Remember, digital transformation marks a radical rethinking of how our organisation uses technology, people, and processes. So you see, it's not just about technology. To fundamentally change the business performance, i.e. make more money, changing the organisation culture is absolutely key to the success of any change programme. What do I mean by changing culture? Well, this means changing the way people think. For example, if a business processes needs to change to suit an IT requirement, or a new solution needs to be found to suit a business requirement, each area of the business needs to understand the need and accommodate it. It's all about compromise, but the right compromise, and the right compromise for the benefit of customers and clients, not just for a particular internal department. Also remember, the part of the second lesson is about leading from the top. This culture change needs to be led by the CEO in partnership with CIOs, CHROs, and other senior leaders. Business-led digital transformation requires cross-departmental collaboration. So, the 2 steps in transformation. Number 1, make it business-led. And number 2, change the culture by leading from the top. The ultimate definer for success is your business-led digital transformation strategy. Is how the culture in an organisation is changed, but both business and IT needs equally. Okay, so now you have a business and jointly led change programme. It's being pushed from the top CEO level, and a cultural transformation is taking place. So what are my 4 hints and tips to making this programme a success? Firstly, align objectives with business goals. Pretty obvious, really. Always got to answer the question, what business outcomes do you want to achieve for customers? It is vital that leaders know the problems the business is trying to solve and align their goals with the outcome the business strives to achieve. Secondly, be bold when setting your scope. Successful digital transformations are around twice as likely than others to be enterprise-wide in scale. Thirdly, embrace adaptive design. The days of upfront investment requirements and rigid KPIs are completely over. Adaptive design enables CIOs to pursue monthly or even weekly tweaks to the transformation strategy, including reallocating talent, swapping requirements around, basically changing and starting from scratch. And finally, where possible, adopt agile execution. Encourage risk-taking, enabling low-level employees to make decisions, fail fast and learn. This has been the key main tenet of IT success, and one that I've seen a number of times to be very, very successful. As long as it's managed well and the drive for agile is again part of the cultural change I've talked about before, and it's led from the top. So, align objectives with the business goals, pretty obvious. Be bold when setting the scope. Embrace adaptive design and adopt agile execution. Saying all of this, why can a business-led transformation fail? Well, it's quite easy, really. Digital transformations fail for several reasons. Poor leadership. So you do not focus on the cultural change required and it's not being led from the top. A disconnect between IT and the business. Lagging employee engagement, where employees just don't understand what's happening and are not kept in the loop of progress and don't know what part they play in transformation. And of course, substandard operations. There's a few more. Key culprits of a derailed digital transformation are our obsession with the big bang change, trying to do everything at once. Smaller, focused transformation programs that deliver in increments work much better. So a big, wider scope, but deliver it in small increments. Don't focus on cost cutting as a business driver. You will never succeed if your focus of a transformation is only cost cutting. This does not drive the right cultural change. Even if costs are reduced by the change program, focusing on this as the main business driver just doesn't work. And most importantly of all, the failure to loop in the business for all the reasons I discussed earlier. In my experience, I've seen all of these things happen and more, which have led to derailed, incomplete, and even failed transformation programs. So that's poor leadership, the disconnect between IT and the business, lagging employee engagement, a substandard operation post-transformation, an obsession with a big bang change approach. Focus on cost cutting as the business driver. Please don't do that. But last but not least, the failure to engage the business. The siloed approach will always fail. To conclude, I'd like you to take away my 2 top lessons for a transformation program, and these are: be business-led, and also change your culture and lead from the top. And of course, my top tips: align objectives with the business goals, the obvious one. Be bold when setting the scope. Embrace adaptive design and adopt agile execution. Thank you for taking time to listen.
Thank you, Belinda. That was really interesting. Belinda mentioned the time before COVID. It feels a bit like a past life or a dream, and I'm not sure we'll ever go back to pre-COVID times. But when it comes to digital in particular, that's probably a good thing. Belinda made a good point that digital is now about business transformation with digital all the way. It's not something that competes with the rest of the business. And I hope we see that in years forward as well. She made an interesting point about culture change too. We always talk about culture change and it sounds so easy. But she mentioned that, you know, there needs to be an actual cultural understanding across the board. And that probably isn't always as easy as it sounds. And I think she made a good point where, you know, you need to have everyone on board from the CEO down to staff to enable proper culture change in an organisation. Anyways, let's move on. We're going to move on to our next speaker, who is no less impressive. Kash Gedia is the CIO at Welcome Break. For those of you who don't know this, Welcome Break operates motorway services and hotels across the country's motorways. I can't imagine we have that many people using them at the moment, since you're not allowed to drive anywhere. So I'm sure they've had to be very innovative in the way they operate. Kash is going to speak to us about his experience. He's delivered around 80 projects a year and he will share advice around how to meet the requirements from the top of the organisation, which I imagine can be quite challenging during a pandemic. So over to you, Cash.
Thanks a lot, and hi guys. Yeah, so I'm Cash. I'm the CIO at Welcome Break, and I'll probably give you a little bit of a whistle-stop tour in terms of, you know, my journey over the last 2 and a bit years, and how we've probably transformed the business from being one which was probably, you know, behind the times in IT to probably kind of being kind of leaders in some of the things that we've launched over the last 12 to 18 months. So really, I think the few things I wanted to probably talk about, one was around, you know, when you sort of, I guess, take the helm of being a CIO, I think one thing to understand is that you've got sometimes competing people around the table. So you've got to realize that you've got operators who actually have their own views on how they want to operate their sites. You've got the commercial director and the commercial team who have loads of ideas that they want to deliver yesterday. And then you've got, you know, the temperament of the finance team and the marketing team. So you know, my approach when I joined Welcome Break was to set the tone. And the tone was really 3 simple words, which was clear, simpler, and faster. And by this, I mean, you know, making sure that, you know, IT operate in a clear and efficient manner. That's the communication to our peers, but also the solutions that we deliver into our business. Also at the same time, simpler, meaning that we basically build solutions that are MVP. And effectively by that, what I mean is, you know, don't sit there and try and build a solution that's going to be, you know, that will take, you know, months to build and create, but build something that is, you know, quick and easy to quickly understand. Just 1 second. Sorry, I've got the little one with me, so apologies there, as we all probably do with COVID. So effectively, the clear, simpler, and faster approach is really about getting things done in a clear way, deploying it in a way that doesn't mean that we take a lot of time, and then faster, making sure that we deliver to the business needs in the time frame that the business requires us to do so. The other piece that I kind of worked on is, you know, making sure that IT was positioned as an enabler. And in a lot of organizations, kind of IT gets looked at as the bottleneck, you know, the place where, you know, dreams aren't made, but they get stuck and they don't come to fruition. So here, you know, we kind of repositioned the team, and I think that's quite important to touch on the team. You know, making sure that we've got a team that's got a clear purpose and vision, not of just IT and what they do, but the business and the direction that we're going in. And so we kind of rebuilt and re-energized the team. We made sure that, you know, we had direct team members who are aligned to each vertical of the business, which was very important. So we make sure that the communication and the workload was clear and concise, and people were well informed. And then, you know, I think on top of all of that, you know, what we ended up doing was also kind of making sure that we put a good foundational layer into the business in terms of IT. So we didn't spend a lot of time continuously putting sticky plasters and fixing things. And by that, I mean moving a lot of our legacy infrastructure and hardware more over into a SaaS-based model and outsourcing where we need to. And by this, I mean, you know, focusing the team on things that basically generate ideas and revenue rather than spending time continuously putting sticky plasters and checking if a backup has happened, because those things are very, very important in any organization. But if most of your team are focused on trying to keep the lights on, there isn't a lot of innovation that's happening on the forefront. And your peers will probably see that. And that's how IT tends to sometimes become a bottleneck rather than an enabler. So what we did is we spent probably a good 12 months making sure that we kind of basically redesigned our architecture in terms of our apps and our infrastructure to making sure that they were kind of, I guess, less the focus on my team, and more the focus about delivery and projects. As I mentioned before, we've delivered about 80 projects a year. They're all different sizes, from sort of, our own click and collect app, and, kiosks with, a bit of AI and machine learning, to really simple tactical things that we had to do with COVID, as most of you guys are aware, such as the Eat Out, to help out, track and trace, those sort of things, where a lot of businesses kind of went, gosh, we've got to spin these things up within days, which would normally take probably months of ideation. And here again, we kind of, took the bull by the reins and sort of said, well, actually, what's the quickest way that we can actually get these things done? Well, we've got a great CRM tool. Why don't we just basically redesign that slightly to basically do track and trace? So again, it's about basically, doing tactical wins, using sometimes the tech that you have and repurposing it rather than rebuilding it from scratch. And I think that's sometimes quite important. And with, I think some IT organizations, they get too bogged down in the detail. Like, they'd get the brief and say, we need to do a track and trace. Well, let's start with the whiteboarding of what this is. Now, are we going to build this ourselves? Well, actually, look at the tools that you have today, and could you repurpose and refashion what you've got to getting those things done? And that's what we kind of did in terms of the last 12 to 18 months, is making sure that, where we can actually be clever with the tools we have, we've done that. Where we've basically wanted to deliver something that's transformational, we've picked partners that are as hungry and as enthusiastic as us to getting it delivered. There's nothing worse than sort of picking a partner that says they can do everything, but spends 3 months drawing up the detailed design document of what that product should be. So I think it's really important that in a clear and simpler and faster approach, that when you're even building solutions, that you pick the right partners that are hungry, capable, of course, and are aligned to your business in terms of your timelines and your strategy. So I think that's quite key. Another thing around, I guess, tactical wins is, and this is quite a simple one for a lot of IT leaders, but it's make sure that your colleagues have the right tools. Sometimes perception of IT can be basically driven by the laptop that an individual has, or a mobile phone he or she carries. And that's another thing that we kind of tackled straight off, which was, let's make sure that we create a modern workplace that allows our teams to communicate. So we brought in a full Microsoft stack within the business, including Teams telephony, including Teams meeting and video calls, as most of you guys have today. But we also provided, an agnostic approach. I think the world where everyone must have a Microsoft laptop are probably quite limited. So what we did is we sort of went to the end users and said, right, what is it that, what are the tools that you'd love to use to do your job, and what could help you do it in the best way possible? And out of that, we drew up a list, and we sort of ended up with, a handful of users in a camp that wanted MacBooks, the others wanted Windows machines, and we made sure that we picked the right hardware. And I think to the previous speaker's comments, yes, there's cost cutting, but make sure you cut your costs where in a tactical way. So make sure that, when it comes to buying kit, such as laptops, which every individual in your organization is going to be using, make sure you pick something that's actually going to, test it, basically be resilient enough and last over the next 2-3 years. Because those sort of little important tactical wins do help the perception of IT. And as I said before, I think, make sure you tend to have an evergreen approach. And by that, I mean, implement solutions that, are as good as the day you put it in a year ago. And that's by going through, SaaS-based applications, if possible. I think years ago, the view was, well, I've got a data center in-house, I'm just going to lift and shift into the cloud. I think that's kind of moved on. A lot of software vendors today have SaaS-based products, adopt those, spend less time sort of than on the maintenance part of it, because that's what those providers do. And then also, I think the final bit I think I'd like to just touch on is communication. And I think this is really, really key. communication is really key in the sense of what is IT doing? Demystify that team in the corner by making sure that you provide clear communication. You know, at Welcome Break, we tend to have a weekly pack that goes out to the whole business. We're really clear on every single project and actually what we've completed that week. Now, I know that might sound frightening to people who like to work with long time scales and you know, 5 cups of coffee, but I think from my perspective, you know, the operators around the business that you're working with are all of a mindset of having to deliver numbers and make that business profitable. And you've got to align to that and make sure that you are delivering every week. So my recommendation on that is making sure that you provide clear communication, not to your, you know, your peer group, but also to everybody else who's probably going to be involved or want an interest in what IT are doing. And that also helps then bring, I guess, the perception of IT of being, right, I don't know what those guys are doing in that corner of that office, to I know what they do every week because I see a pack that arrives with 3 of my projects on it and the percentage complete. So I think so those are kind of the key, I think, items that I'd probably cover. So, you know, have a clearly defined strategy that isn't, you know, laborious. Make sure that you adopt something that's, you know, in my tagline, it was clear, simpler, faster, but pick something that shows pace and be able to deliver at pace clearly. Make sure you hire the right talent. As I mentioned before, there's nothing worse than having the wrong talent in the team that doesn't share the vision and the purpose that you or the business have. Tactical wins, as I mentioned, is very important. Make sure you invest in a evergreen approach, as I call it. So you spend less time, you know, fixing and plumbing things and monitoring to actually driving a team that actually focuses on building and innovating. And then, you know, as I said, communication, make sure you have clear communication. And so that's kind of my probably top tips around, you know, I guess, you know, managing around the board table as well as the peers beneath you.
Thank you very much, Cash. That was really interesting. And I love the little interruption from your child. I think it's a very true representation of how life is during the pandemic for all of us.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thankfully, they're all going back to school in a week's time, so that's a good thing.
Yeah. Now you mentioned, you know, not putting sticky plasters and fixing things and moving away from legacy, and I think that's something many companies find challenging, particularly if you're locked into contracts and things like that. So how do you deal with that and get around that?
I think what you've got to show is value, right? You know, at the board level, what they want to understand is what's the value of doing this. And if you're able to articulate that in a clear and concise manner, that, you know, actually, I've got 4 people here today that continuously do the same job day in, day out, you know, and they're not driving any value, but they're just basically there kind of keeping the lights on. But if I was to actually repurpose this and get those 4 individuals to start innovating and creating solutions that help drive some of those commercial initiatives, that's going to probably provide you value as a business. And once you start talking about, you know, value creation, creating a team that starts delivering more for the business or can deliver more for the business by sort of not having to do those things, you're probably pushing at an open door. The only thing else I would probably say is cost is obviously quite important. And that, I would say, is make sure that you go in with a clear agenda around costs and saying how you can probably cost neutralize that. You know, the cost of operating my DC in-house with a team of X is, you know, call it 50K. If I move to the cloud, it's probably going to cost me 70K, but the 20K, I'm going to make it up by creating additional value propositions within the business that will supersede that additional cost. And I think if you start talking in that language, that probably helps your colleagues. Yeah,
the language of money always works.
Yeah.
And you talked as well about, you know, having to spin stuff up really quickly within days, like the COVID stuff. Have you had to change your processes around testing and things like that to be able to build stuff quicker? How do you factor in that risk versus?
Yeah, so I think everything we do, we put a risk rating on it. And, you know, things like, you know, for example, the track and trace that we had to implement, you know, yes, we could have gone to the market, we could have started speaking to vendors, gone through the whole process of procurement and then delivering it into the business. But that would have taken us months. So what we did is we repurposed our CRM platform that we'd already done the due diligence. We have all these sort of GDPR compliant stuff already in terms of customer data, and we said, hey, let's talk to the vendor and see if they can actually just build a front end to it, to capturing people who come onto our sites in terms of a form, which we were able to knock up within probably 2 days, ingest that into the CRM platform, refashion the back end slightly, and away we went. And I think that's sometimes where you've got to think outside of the box and don't sort of pigeonhole yourself into, right, I've got a defined IT process that means I must follow all these things. You've got to sometimes think out of the box. Make sure that you keep risk in mind. There's nothing worse than rushing things through and suddenly creating an issue downstream. So, where possible, if it's low risk, be tactical in how you do it, and look for quick wins, as I say.
Yeah, no, that's really a good way to go about it. And I think you mentioned as well, having the right talent to be able to do this. I just had another quick question for you. Has anyone unexpectedly shown and stood out during the pandemic, among staff, and how do you motivate staff to continue?
Sure. So I think there's two questions there really. One is the pandemic, which nobody foresaw, and that obviously changed the team dynamics. And I'm sure a lot of IT leaders saw that. How do I get my team still motivated and firing on all cylinders and delivering at pace, especially like a business like us that didn't close. We were open throughout the pandemic, and we did that through a lot of collaboration. So we would have chalk talks on Mondays. We'd have my direct team having their one-to-one still on Teams. We'd have sometimes, a Friday, just coffee afternoon, talk about anything, just to keep the team sort of, I guess, sort of aligned and together in terms of vision and purpose. And then, I think the other thing is hiring the right talent. I think that's really important because when you decide to align yourself to the business that wants to run at speed, you've got to have a team that also share the same purpose, vision, and values. Because if you don't get that right, no matter how hard you try, you probably won't be able to affect the change at the pace that you want. And I think that's just about finding people who are absolutely as hungry as you are to, deliver change and see the transformation of the business. And I think that's a huge part to that plays a part in the DNA that what we've set up at Welcome Break.
Great. That's been really interesting, Cash, and I will continue to pick your brains during the panel later on.
No problem.
But now we're going to move on to our next speaker, Alison Davis. Alison is the CIO at the Natural History Museum, a place I really miss going personally. And the pandemic, as for many, has led to people working from home, which naturally means plenty of challenges, particularly when it comes to demonstrating empathy towards the team and across the wider organisation during a difficult time. Alison is going to speak to us about how to be an empathic leader in times of crisis and how practices have changed and continue to evolve in order to help us develop empathic leadership for now and for the future. It's been a difficult time for leaders and employees everywhere, so I'm really interested to hear what you have to say about this, Alison. The screen is yours.
Thanks, Liz. I appreciate it, and the opportunity to talk this afternoon. Empathetic leadership is something that really inspires me, and it's something that we've all had to think about. I started at the Natural History Museum in February of 2020, so I started with a new team 6 weeks before lockdown. As I tend to put it, I had 6 weeks of dinosaur selfies before I got chucked out of the museum. And since September of last year, I've also been chairing our museum Future Ways of Working group that's looking across the organisation, both at how we continue to survive and thrive under COVID, but also what we do for the future. Just a bit of background and literal background, I suppose. I have my museum Zoom background here. That's Hope the Whale just behind me in the main hall of the museum. But just in case anyone doesn't know where the Natural History Museum or what the Natural History Museum is, we're obviously a world-class visitor attraction, and people tend to know us for that, and the fantastic building at South Kensington. But we've also got a museum at Tring in Hertfordshire, and we are a leading natural science research centre as well.
Across the museum, if you come and visit us, you only see a fraction of the specimens we have. We care for more than 80 million specimens that span billions of years, if you go back and include all the earth sciences rocks. And normally, and not under COVID, we get about 5 million visitors annually. So it's arguable whether the Natural History Museum or the Smithsonian is bigger worldwide, but we do have the world's largest collection of reference or type specimens, as they're called. So if you find something and you want to know if you found a new thing, a new animal or a new plant or something, you come to us and have a look at what we already have. So we use our unique collections and the expertise that we have in our own research teams to tackle some of the biggest challenges that are facing the world today. Not COVID specifically, although some of them have had an indirect link to COVID, but very much around climate change, loss of biodiversity, and the crisis that is facing our planet. And in addition to our physical specimens, we've got a huge program of digitization to drive democratization of research, which we do by enabling access to the collection digitally from all around the world. And this also means we're ensuring that we're using all the mechanisms at our disposal to maintain a record of the collection, both now and into the future. So to come on to the topic, I'm talking about empathetic leadership. And I suppose the first question I ask myself is this tautology? As leaders, shouldn't we already be empathetic? But it's a phrase I've come across and I really liked since COVID started. And I was reflecting on it and the differences between a good leader and an empathetic leader. And I have about 6 key points where I think a good leader and an empathetic leader are different. And I'd like to pick up on each of those this afternoon. So the first thing I think is around effective meeting culture. So for me, good leaders run effective meetings. They have agendas, they have outcomes, they run their meetings effectively and everyone feels that it's been a good use of time. An empathetic leader, though, runs a supportive meeting culture. So what do I mean by that? When I'm talking about a supportive meeting culture, what I'm thinking about is really that you allow time for chat at the start of the meeting. One of the things we've all needed is that ability to make personal contact during COVID. We're all sitting in our own little rooms. I'm not sitting in the Hinsey Hall of the museum, I'm in my study. And you need to be able to make that connection. And empathy is very much about making connections with the individual. So as a supportive meeting culture, it's about allowing time for chat at the start, creating breaks. Now that seems obvious, but some people still don't. And on Teams and Zoom, I think there's been a lot written about how tiring it is to be on screen the whole time. So not just creating breaks in meetings, but trying to help create meeting-free times, because they are exhausting. You are trying to emote through a screen. You can see I'm waving my hands a lot around now. I had this completely borne home to me when I was chairing a meeting, actually, of our Future Ways of Working group, one Friday afternoon. And I was very concerned that it was a Friday afternoon and energy might be low. So I was very on it, lots of jazz hands, lots of energy. And I was literally trying to sell it through the screen. If anyone had been in the room with me, they probably have told me to take less sugar. And I came off and my partner looked at me and went, "You are totally exhausted." Yes, I am. And I went to bed early. So that's not just for me, that's for all of our teams. So recognizing that meetings are exhausting and that looking at different backgrounds and adjusting your eyes for different backgrounds across the screen when you've got everyone appearing in the gallery view is exhausting. So creating time. And to come back to that, allowing time for chat. Again, our steering committee for our Future Ways of Working group, which is a small steering group of the project manager, the HR director and me, we have regular meetings for half an hour, about 15 minutes of which is complete chat and rant about what else is going on and setting the world to rights. And then we do a very focused 15 minutes on what we're doing next on Future Ways of Working. But I come out of those meetings feeling really energized and having done what we needed to do. So I think the first point for me is creating that supportive meeting culture. The second point for me is around listening. A good leader, we all know we need to listen to people. So, okay, so what's different? I think an empathetic leader, we now need to listen more. and we need to create time for listening. It's so much easier when you're in the office with people to listen, because you pick things up on your way to the coffee machine, or on your way to the ladies' loo, or on your way to lunch, or you have lunch with people. Now we don't have those natural water cooler corridor moments. We need to actually build in time for listening. So it's not just doing the listening, it's the building in time for it, and those informal moments. But the other thing that I think is hugely important is not just listening. Everyone talks to leaders about listening because we tend to bang on about stuff and we tend to need to be told to shut up. But actually in this environment, it's also really, really important to share and to share your vulnerability. So I don't think you can be an empathetic leader without sharing your own vulnerability. Because if you're always encouraging your team to listen and to talk, if you're listening and you're encouraging your team to talk and share their vulnerability, if you're always looking like you're coping perfectly, eventually that becomes difficult for the other person, because if they're always talking to someone who always knows what they're doing, you just feel like you're always the wuss. So I think it's really important for leaders to also share their own concerns, their vulnerabilities, to be able to get that feedback from other people. Thirdly is about how we understand our team's environments. So leaders will understand the job roles their people do, and how those job roles can fit with the needs of home working and the lockdown working that we've got at the moment. So you know, if someone can do their work from home, for example, in the museum, we've got front of house staff who clearly can't work from home when the museum is closed. It's not quite the same doing a tour of your lounge as it is doing a tour of the Hinsey Hall. So leaders understand their job roles, but if you're going to be an empathetic leader, I think you need to understand more than just the job role and how that fits into home working. I came across a really good phrase early in lockdown, not mine, but I've stolen it repeatedly ever since, where someone said, we're not all in the same boat. We're all in the same storm, but people are in very different boats. And as empathetic leaders, I think we need to try and understand those different boats. And the framework I've come up with myself, I've clearly watched too many crime shows, is the I'm not planning to commit a crime, but model, as I call it, of means, motive, and opportunity. So when I'm thinking about how people are working, the opportunity bit is your job role. Does that give you the opportunity to work from home? Or do you need to be furloughed? Or are you able to do part of your work from home? The means bit is about what do you actually have at home? How does your home environment enable you to work? I've got a nicely set up study. It's easy. I've got a big screen. I find it very easy to work from home, but I'm very conscious that there are people on my team who are in one-bedroom flats, who are sitting on a chest of drawers or working on a chest of drawers, and who also have a partner who's trying to share the chest of drawers and do their work, or who are homeschooling. So there's all sorts of people who have very different home environments that are more or less conducive to working from home. And then there's the motive piece, which is even if you have the means, even if you have the opportunity, where do you want to work? Where do you like to work? Are you very happy being at home in the bosom of your family with the dog sitting on the sofa? You can't see him, but my dog is behind me. I clearly can't take my dog to work in the museum. I have awful thoughts that if I did, he would just grab a bone out of one of the nearest dinosaurs and it would quietly collapse. So are you motivated to work at home, or do you actually like to come into the work environment to be with other people? Do you get your social interaction with your colleagues? So, and people who do the same job, and the job, just understanding the job role does not tell you anything about those means or motive. So clearly we're all having to work under lockdown at the moment from home, or as much as possible. But what that starts to tell you is who's likely to be struggling more with it. If you know those things, who's going to find it more difficult? Who's going to be okay with it? And let you have a better insight and be more empathetic to the people that you're managing. But going forward as well, this is something that we're taking forward with the Future Ways of Working team at the museum. We're looking at using this as a framework for creating a future discussion about working styles. Coming out of that then is my next point, and this is about equality and fairness. So I would say good leaders think about equality. And I don't mean here the normal categorization, the legal categorization of equality. I'm thinking about treating people equally. So good leaders think about treating people equally. But I think empathetic leaders think about a broader definition of fairness. One of the core values of one of my previous employers, DuPont Pharmaceuticals, was that everyone deserves special treatment. And it didn't mean that everyone deserved the same special treatment. What it meant was treating each person according to their own needs. And that means it's okay for leaders to be inconsistent in how they treat people at the individual level. But what we have to do is be accountable for being fair in a broader sense. Now, that's quite a challenge, particularly when you run up against the HR department, because they will say, well, if you offer that to one person, you have to offer it to the next person. So actually getting to a point where you can be empathetic and fair, and where you can understand that someone needs something and it's okay to do that. Those of us who are parents, I have a son and a daughter, and I will treat them differently according to their needs. They will have very different needs from me, and I will treat them differently, but I will believe that I'm being broadly fair. So I think the empathetic leader focuses on fairness rather than treating people equally in a very level playing field sense. My fifth point is about empowerment. So I would say a good leader looks at the team and looks at the team's delivery and how the team is delivering and how we're delivering under COVID. And we've had to deliver things for the museum under COVID, where we've had to, for example, create advanced ticketing, which we never had to have because the museum's free. But we had to create a new ticketing system to have advanced tickets so that we could manage social distancing. So there are things that leaders focus on delivery and the things that we have to deliver. But I would say the empathetic leader focuses on empowerment. And one of the things I've found is that it's been really important to coach my direct reports, our teams, and to empower people to say no to things. We've had members of the team who've been on furlough for childcare, so only partial furlough, but they've had to take furlough because they're homeschooling. I take my hat off to anyone who's homeschooling. My two kids, one has just started university, one has just finished. So we did have, last year we had A-levels, which were cancelled, and finals on the dining table, which is all a bit interesting. But they are both now old enough that they don't have to be homeschooled by me, thank God, because frankly, the fights would just be unbelievable. But we've got staff who have to be taking furlough to do homeschooling, and I have absolutely taken my hat off to them. And it's been important to me that they don't try and do that on top of their working day, that if we're giving them time to homeschool, that we genuinely have to cut the workload. I'm not going to tell them how to do that. One of the things I also believe as an empathetic leader, you can't try and fix everyone's problems, you'll kill yourself. I'll come on to something that's to do with that later on, but you need to help people to help themselves. And one of the things we have to empower people is to look at their workload and look at how they cut their workload. That goes hand in hand with being able to ruthlessly prioritize, I would say, and help them to prioritize. And as a leader, we should be trying to create the alignment with other teams. So when we say no to something, we know what the impact is, and we've created that alignment to understand other people's priorities. But being able to coach our team to say no and to back them. Because that may mean they may have to say no to something which I find uncomfortable. And I've got to understand that and then take that to my boss, who may not like me saying no, but I've got to make that argument because it's the right thing to do. So understanding and empowering the team to give us that feedback about where we need to say no has been really important, I think. And the final point is, I talked earlier about not killing yourself. For me, a leader and good leaders typically role model effort, whereas an empathetic leader role models balance. I'm not going to talk about work-life balance. I have a whole rant about that because I'm a working mum, as I've said. I don't think it's a question of work-life. I think there is work, there's family, there's some time for me would be nice. So I don't think it's about work-life balance as a phrase, but balance in general. And I think if we're role modeling as leaders, that we're working our socks off and doing all this stuff and knocking ourselves out. That's not healthy for the team. I think an empathetic leader role models balance. People will watch what you do. What you say is different to what you do always wins out. So if you want your team to be balanced, you've got to be role modeling that yourself. It is no good working yourself into the ground and then saying, oh, but you should be taking a break. So I think that's the final thing. You do need to be kind to yourself. If you're going to lead empathetically, or if you're going to lead at all, you've got to make sure that you've got the energy and reserves to do that. So you both have to be balanced and give yourself the energy, but you also are role modeling that, and that's a benefit for your team. So final rundown, I think empathetic leaders create a supportive meeting culture. They listen and they share their own vulnerability. They think beyond the job role into means, motive, and opportunity for the working environment and the working styles. They think about fairness rather than treating people equally. They empower their teams to say no where necessary, and they role model balance. So thanks very much for listening, and I hope you all have the opportunity to demonstrate empathetic leadership. I'm not sure if I'm an empathetic leader. I haven't asked my team, but I try. But also I hope you benefit from empathetic leaders yourselves.
Thank you very much, Alison. I think there's some good lessons for all of us to take on board there. Whether you lead a huge IT team or a small team, you know, there's a takeaway from everyone. I think, you know, you made such a good point about a supportive meeting culture as well, allowing for chats during meetings. I think we're all really starved of human interaction, you know, outside the four walls of our house. We might be sick of our family, but we want to be around people. And I think, you know, you made a really good point about treating people fairly and according to their needs and taking the time to understand your staff. So yeah, thank you very much. I don't think we have time for me to ask any questions now, but I will pick your brains later at the panel. So thank you very much, Alison.
Thank you.
Now over to our next speaker, John Hobson. John is the VP and CIO of Kellogg Europe. I think we all know Kellogg's, whether we like Rice Krispies or cornflakes. We've had a debate about that in our team. He's going to talk to us about how to deliver large-scale business change through IT during COVID. Now, when the pandemic struck, John's IT team was in the middle of this huge business transformation in Russia. The project involved teams in several countries and cities, and suddenly all the on-site testing, which had been in the works for months with training and activities, had to be done remotely. John is going to share how he and his team dealt with an unprecedented scenario while still delivering business change. So over to you, John.
Thank you very much, Liz. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay. So good afternoon to everybody. Let me just try to share my screen. Liz, are you able to allow me to screen share?
Hold on, I think one of my team members is working on that at the moment.
Okay, well, while we're doing that, so obviously, I think thanks to all the other speakers, I think I was nodding along vigorously with all of those talks, as many of you probably were as well. And just actually, I was just trying to score myself against Alison's six categories there. So that was really good. So okay, so hopefully people can now see my slides. Is that coming across okay?
Yeah, that looks good.
Great. So obviously very excited to be here to talk to you guys and share a little bit about the K journey. So just to kick things off, so as Liz said, I'm here to talk about delivering large-scale business change through IT during COVID-19. Before I get into that, just a little bit about me. So I'm an accountant working in IT, so it doesn't get a lot more rock and roll than that. I've been at Kellogg for 14 years in a variety of different roles, mainly in IT, but also in finance, but always with a kind of bias towards, you know, working in partnership with my kind of my colleagues to deliver value through technology. But before I get into this, I thought it would be really useful to just reflect a little bit on a couple of things. So firstly, about, you know, what do I think success looks like in a technology leadership role? I think firstly, and I think Cash kind of touched on this a little bit, you have to be brilliant in the basics. It's no good, you know, if people's laptops don't quite work, or their mobiles, or their email, then really you can forget about taking things any further. But on the assumption you have that covered, I think what can really make a difference as a tech leader is bringing that vision of what the future can look like. Yeah, how are you going to drive that business value, but then really making that change happen. But in order to be successful to do that, yeah, you need to have the people and take your people with you, and it's all about how you do it. And at Kellogg's, we just recently refreshed our vision and purpose, which you can see at the bottom of the screen there, and I love. But the piece that really kind of speaks to me is the phrase about a place at the table for everyone. I think for me, you know, it talks to collaboration, it talks to diversity of thought, you know, inclusivity of kind of people's views, you know, people's opinions. So I think we put that kind of, you know, front and center of everything that we try to do. So I think, as Liz said, I would hope a lot of you are really familiar with the Kellogg company. So we were established by WK Kellogg back in 1906. Yeah, we talk a lot these days about plant-based foods, but we like to think of WK as almost the original visionary when it comes to plant-based food. You know, he has ran a wellness center with his brother, looking for a kind of grain-based cereal to serve to his patients, and accidentally toasted a flattened corn grit, which is how cornflakes was born, and kind of created breakfast as we know it today. But the company's really progressed over 100 years since that. So both internationally, but also more in recent years, made up a lot of acquisitions to kind of expand our portfolio. So you guys will be very familiar with the breakfast cereals that we make, but you may not know we own the Pringles brand, and we also serve, you know, other products as diverse as waffles, pasta, noodles in other parts of the world. Now, yeah, the setting in which people have breakfast may be changing. So moving from kind of the family at the table to more of an on-the-go occasion, and even, to be honest, in the current situation and pandemic, back to family at the table again. But I'm sure there's many brands here that you guys have in your kitchen cupboards, or have in your kids' lunchbox, or eat on the go. And obviously Liz was talking about what's her favorite cereal. I mean, that's what people always ask me. I think you can't beat a nice bowl of crunchy nut cornflakes with ice cold milk. So if you haven't had that for a while, go out and do it. And as my kids always kind of seem to believe that I work with Tony the Tiger and Coco the Monkey on a daily basis. I can say that's not true, but if you do see them, it's normally some poor intern sweating in one of those big suits. So in Europe, we've over 6,000 people with 10 manufacturing plants. You know, our Europe is kind of everything from Western Europe all the way east to Russia, and we operate under the 5 brands you'll see there. So Kellogg's, Pringles, Lubatovo in Russia, RX Bar, and Verival. But in terms of what I'm really here to talk about, the case study. So what is it? So it's all about our SAP S/4HANA implementation in our Russian business. So why do we do that? So our Russian business is really a growth engine for our European region. You know, a massive country, massive population, where really our food and our brands, are not massively well known or developed. So we have an ambitious transformation agenda there, and kind of behind that, one of the burning platforms is our ERP infrastructure was aging and in need of replacement or upgrade at a significant cost. So we had to do something, and I'll take you back to the place at the table for everyone. We truly believed as a region that because of the track record our Russian business had of growing both top and bottom line, they'd really earned the right to some investment in more up-to-date technology to support their ambitious plans. So we took the opportunity to implement S4 there, and actually not just as a European pilot, but actually as a global pilot to enable the business transformation they had planned. So we began work in 2019 with a target go live in April 2020, which you'll obviously recognise as not a very auspicious date, given what ended up transpiring. So this slide is all about leadership. So I thought just reflect a little bit on my own personal leadership challenge, in this situation. So the first thing to say is I had a lot invested in this program. So at the point of the pandemic really hit last year, I was around 1 year into my role as CIO here in Europe. So this was the first big transformation project that I'd led. So success here was extremely important to me. Now, I've done a lot of ERP projects in the past, as I'm sure many of you listening have done. So you'll probably kind of empathize here that any ERP project is difficult. If it involves new technology, something you're not familiar with, like S4HANA, that makes it even more difficult. And then if you're in a country like Russia that has lots of local special statutory tax, customer requirements, challenging language, challenging culture, you're really getting up there into an extremely difficult project, which is what it was, honestly, even before the pandemic. So then you throw in the input of that. And really, I had a decision to step back and make on the future of the project. Thinking about all of the plans we had in place, whether around user acceptance testing, training, cutover, all of those good things. We had very clear plans of having everybody in war rooms, everybody together to work, to collaborate, work together. And that was in my whole career really the way I was used to doing those things, and all my team. So for us to think about a different reality, a remote reality, was very difficult for us to see how that could be successful. So really there's a very easy choice here to pause and to wait for a better situation. And at that time, that pause felt like 2 months, 3 months. Obviously now with us sitting here, we know it wouldn't have been that, it would have still been on now. But take me back to my first slide and thoughts about what success looks like as a technology leader. I really had to challenge myself about, did I want to be brilliant at the basics, and that was really what I was known for, or did I want to take the risk and really step into that opportunity to make a big difference for our business, and really give them that platform they needed to do the transformation and grow the business as they wanted to. And I was fortunate to have a really great relationship and great commitment with our general manager Manu, who leads our Russian business. And so we were absolutely unanimous together, and also with the leadership team of the project, that we wanted to take the courage to really step forward into it and go forward. So again, learnings from this. So what can we learn from our experience through this? So I think the first thing I would say is you have to accept certain realities. So I think the first thing is things take more time. So as I say, user acceptance testing, training, all those types of things, you have to accept that it's going to take longer than you would normally have managed when you were able to keep everybody together or do things in that way. Language does become a bigger challenge, I think, because body language is not so much something you can use, but also because you end up with more translation problems, more silos, and lack. Things take longer to come through, especially with people who don't speak English. It's very difficult to keep one comms message. Again, lots of different sound bites coming around. Again, it's much harder to control when literally everybody is in their own, as you said, front room, office, balancing on the kitchen table, wherever they are. And I often hear people say, change is a contact sport. In a situation where you physically can't have that contact, it's not possible to do it, apart from over video calls. It really does make embedding and managing change very much more difficult. You have to accept that. But having said that, we found some stuff that really, really works. And I think the first thing here is, I guess, in common with what we heard some of the other guys talk about in the other talks. I mean, the first one was that real strong business ownership and commitment. We had that top-down priority from from Manu as a leader and through his leadership team, that this was the top priority for the Russian business, and that it had to come first in what we were doing, and that was absolutely critical. Linked to that was we had with me and Manu, we had a daily exec updates of the critical part of the project, so which helped with not just managing those messages, making sure we heard the same thing, we send the same messages back out again, but also that real clear visible leadership from the top, that we were fully invested and there to take decisions when we needed to. Actually, in terms of project cutover, testing, training, I was amazed actually how seamlessly and how well some of those elements could go, particularly the cutover. And I think the learning was, my team, if you have an experienced team, they're used to working remotely, they're used to collaborating with teams around the world. That's how our operating models work these days. So executing that was really worked well. But having said that, we had built a realistic plan. So we had some time in hand, which would allow us to do this, which I think again was a big assistance. But there definitely were things I'd do differently. So I think keeping it simple is absolutely critical. I think some of our team structure and partner ecosystem was more complex than it could have been. And I think the more simple you can make that, the clearer accountability is and the quicker you can make decisions. Linked to this is real strong project leadership on the ground. This is always important, but in this situation where you're remote, you don't have the opportunity for someone like me or one of my leaders to fly into the local Russian business to support, do what's needed. You really need to be able to rely on the leadership on the ground within IT and the business, to make it happen. Again, I think others have referenced this one in the talks as well around. We could have put more focus on the team, more focus on morale. Again, as those of you involved in these types of projects before, there's always lots of issues, challenges, negativity. You really have to accentuate the positives to make sure people keep up, people understand the impact they're having, celebrate the wins, see the bigger picture. And finally, again, just you cannot emphasize enough how robust the change adoption plan has to be, and really bearing in mind the challenges that come with being remote. So where does the story end? We went live in July 2021. It happened to be the biggest ever sales month we had in our Russian business. So great for the business, not so great for the pressure on us, but we managed to do that with minimal impact to our business operations. And so the Russian business has that platform now for the future growth potential, and we're starting to see the benefits. So just one example, we've cut the month end down from 10 days to 3 days. If you think about that and what that leads to in terms of visibility of business performance and ability to steer the business, it's fantastic. The project team was nominated for a K-Values Award, which is the highest honor you can get in the Kellogg company. But the caveat I'd say is, embedding the change and really realizing that the transformation is still ongoing. This is not a short-term journey, and it's not an easy journey in the current situation. So we consider to continue to partner really closely with the Russian team on driving through that. So to close, I guess, can you deliver large-scale business change in this kind of remote environment? I guess the answer is absolutely you can. As I said, I'm so proud of what the Kellogg IT and Russian team were able to deliver in this situation to do it. And then when I take a step back and think, for us as technology leaders, there's never been a better time to have the courage to really seize the opportunities that are out there for us to deliver business value through technology. I think the business understand that in a way that they've never done before. So with that kind of hand-in-hand business partnership, some of the other speakers have talked about, visible, decisive leadership, focus on having the right people, but also keeping them engaged, as Alison was talking about, and having the right change journey. I think it's absolutely possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Congratulations on a hugely successful project there. You make a really good point about accepting realities. Sometimes things take longer or don't go exactly how we thought they would in the beginning, and you need to adapt and change constantly. Without further ado, we've heard from 4 great speakers now. I'm not done hearing from you guys yet. So I'd like to invite Cash and Alison to join John and me on a panel discussion on leadership. Belinda unfortunately can't be here. She's had a family emergency, but I think with the 4 of us, we'll have a very interesting panel. Now, for those of you who are listening in, feel free to use the Q&A functionality to ask any questions you want of the panel, and I'll try to get your questions answered. Before we kick off properly, I'd just like each of you to take a minute to reintroduce yourself for anyone who's just joined, and also in one sentence tell me what the most challenging part of leadership during the pandemic has been. So John, if we start with you.
Absolutely, yes. Thanks, Liz. So I'm John Hobson. I'm the CIO of Kellogg in Europe. Been with Kellogg for 14 years in a variety of different roles, mainly in IT, but also twice in finance, and also a stint in our headquarters in the US. I think the thing I found most difficult as a leader in the pandemic has been the lack of chance encounters. So, bumping into people, to having a coffee or around office buildings. That can be anybody from someone in your team to the head of the company, and just having those unscripted things. So there's been lots of things that I've tried to do to kind of replace that, but to be honest, nothing can fully replace it. So really looking forward to getting back to be able to do that again.
And you, Alison?
Yeah, thanks, Liz. I'm Alison Davis. I'm the CIO at the Natural History Museum in London, which is fantastic. I have changed my background, so I haven't got Hope the Whale there anymore, but it's a wonderful place to work. And the challenge was that I joined literally 6 weeks before lockdown. My background is I was a research chemist way back in the day and jumped ship into IT, but I've stayed around life sciences and now natural sciences for the whole of my career. I think the most challenging thing, there have been lots of challenging things. I think for me, one of the things, and it sort of touches back to that empathetic leadership talk, is that everyone is going through the normal life changes that you would experience, whether that's marriages, deaths, births, whatever. And we're experiencing them through a screen. So you don't have that opportunity to really reach out to people. Yeah, I'm not in the habit of hugging people around the office, but trying to convey celebration or sadness through a screen has been incredibly frustrating. I've had 2 people in the team pregnant this year, and you just don't see it at all because you're looking at people from the chest down. So I think that humanity and that ability to engage with people has probably been one of the things that I've found most difficult, along with, I would entirely agree with John as well about the informal interactions.
Yeah, I think particularly for you, starting a new job for anyone is always a bit challenging at first, but starting right before lockdown must have been even more challenging.
It was, but I have a fantastic team. So
yeah. And you, Cash?
Yep, sure. So I'm Cash, CIO at Welcome Break. For those of you who don't know who Welcome Break is, we're the motorway services provider. I would probably say, I'd probably echo the same thoughts as Alison and John, really, about a little bit around teams and being able to collaborate and have those sort of, I guess, more face-to-face conversations in physical form rather than virtual form. But I think for us, I think there was a challenge around, we operated through the pandemic, like lots of businesses probably had to. But it was also having to deal with projects that we had unplanned and unscripted, so there's a lot of government guidelines that came in through VAT changes or Eat Out to Help Out or Track and Trace. All these things required system changes and teams to suddenly drop what they were doing and make those changes within days, not weeks or months. So I think that's probably been one of the tough things over the last 12 months of having to pick up those things that were unplanned and scripted and getting those crowbarred through the overall program that we already had to deliver anyway.
And I think my next question was going to be what makes a good digital leader, but I think after Alison's talk, I'm more interested in how you can become an empathic leader. And we have a question from the audience as well, which is quite similar. It's from Richard Atkinson. He says that empathic leadership is important to a whole generational shift in leadership style. And the last year has probably been a major catalyst in that. Do you guys see the same? If so, what else is driving that phenomenon apart from COVID? So I don't know who wants to go first. Alison, maybe.
Thanks. Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's been a shift. I think it's actually been a shift we've been seeing over years. I think, so I'm going to be slightly sexist about this. I think one of the things that's been driving the phenomenon is women in the workplace and the need for flexibility around. I've been a working mum, as I said. I've got 2 children. I've worked all the way through my kids' childhood. I didn't think I was going to. if I can give a small story, I was working for DuPont Pharmaceuticals when we got taken over by Bristol Myers Squibb. I was on maternity leave. I literally had my second child 2 days before the deal got signed. And I got a phone call saying BMS would like you to apply for the job of European CIO. And by the way, it's in Paris. And they actually gave it to me while I was on maternity leave. So we picked up both kids and stuck them under the arms and went. And I think, yeah, and for me, being able to be flexible and that sort of change in the working style and move away from command and control, I've certainly found for me that the working environment has been more flexible than I would say it's been for women who came before me. So I think the need to bring women into the working environment has driven a lot of that softer style, if I can call it that. And I think people have realized it works. And it's good. Yeah, it's not just about women. It's good for men too. It's good for all of us. So I think it's genie is not going to go back in the bottle. I think it's something that we've tried. It's worked, and I think it will continue to evolve.
I don't know, Cash, have you got anything to add there?
Yeah, no, look, I completely agree there with Alison, but I think COVID has given people time to probably pull out of the rat race a little bit and time to reflect, what they're doing, their purpose and vision and values and stuff like that. And I think, I think from my perspective, it's given, we were pretty much a team that were office-based. Probably, smart working wasn't, implemented at Welcome Break. People could work from home if they needed to, but, it was pretty much office-based. And, the minute we had to suddenly pick up the laptops and work from home was probably foreign to a lot of people. And, there was questions and concerns about, are we going to be effective still? Are people going to be working, or are they just going to skive off? Those simple questions that kind of linger around. And I think what we were able to show is that actually, we've probably collaborated more than we ever have, because, we've had to connect onto Teams calls, throughout the day. But we've also, been mindful that we're all working from home. We have kids who are working, we've got a, childmind. We might have partners who are also, working from home as well and trying to get their work done. So I think everyone, has been fairly, empathetic, sympathetic to that. And I think, to Alison's point, I think some of that, will remain as we come out of this pandemic, that, people will be more, tolerating of people, either needing some personal time or, time away from the office or whatnot.
And I think that ties really well into another question from the audience. With everyone working from home, what's the biggest challenge faced by an IT team working remotely? And what have you learned from all of this that you'll put into action when we get back to so-called normal? John?
Well, I'm just trying to think. I think I would go. It's probably a funny thing to say, but it's around the visibility of the function. And I think it's almost. I think in 2020, I know certainly for my team and probably most other people here, my function has never been so visible, never had the level of credibility, never been so front and center. So it was from that point of view, it's an absolutely fantastic year for my team. I think the big challenge in front of us is it's really brought very much to home almost the flip of that, which is not wanting to lose that kind of credibility, lose that visibility when we go back to inverted commas normal. You don't want to just go back to maybe being that kind of back office. You do all the basics, but otherwise people don't really see what you're doing, and they're more interested in the commercial side of the organization. It's what can you do to really maintain that level of visibility and just, if you like, take advantage of the situation that certainly I know my team and I think a lot of other teams are in, that actually the business are listening. They see you and go, your team are actually really, really cool. You've got some really great ideas, great people, let's do more with you. So I think that would be the big thing for me.
Anyone else got anything to add to that, Alison?
Yeah, I think the challenges are interesting. So I think one of the biggest challenges for me is actually managing conflict. And not for the reason you'd think that there is more of it. I think that there's a couple of dynamics around conflict. One is that we're all in our little sound box. So rumors have been a really interesting thing. That the museum's had to do some restructuring. We're a charity, so COVID's been a big impact on our finances. And the sort of rumours that you hear one minute that something's changing and that's going to mean that they're going to dump on IT, or that means they're taking work away from IT. The rumour mill, because people are in their own little sandboxes, is difficult. And it's very easy not to deal with conflict. I think it's not so much about having arguments, it's about that people don't because they're on a screen. So actually trying to work out how to deal constructively with debate and with conflict is, I think, one of the big challenges, and one of the reasons that it's much more helpful to be able to have some discussions face to face. I think in terms of what I carry forward, I hope a lot of the empathetic leadership that I've learned. I think there are things that we've done, although I like the water cooler moments and I want to have that informal interaction. One of the things we did, and I sort of did accidentally right, was early on, because I normally don't get into the office till 10, I commute and have quite a long commute. I said, well, I would normally be on the train between 9 and 10. Now I'm just going to open a Teams call and we'll just have a drop in of the management team, if you want, particularly early on when we were getting everything set up. And people have said, oh, that's really good. Could we do that when we didn't have that in the office? So we don't do it every day, which we did in the first stages. We've cut it down, but people have found that really valuable. So there are things from some of the structured things that we've done around comms that we weren't doing that I think we will want to keep, as well as layering in the informal comms.
And Cash, what about you? I know you mentioned that, you weren't used to smart working as an organization before this.
Yeah, so I think, some of the challenges, I think, making sure that we continue with the momentum and keeping people engaged. I think when you're virtually working, you can't, humans are social beings. They need to speak to other people, they need to communicate, they need to share ideas. And I think, you can suddenly fall into this trap of, having your diary filled in with Teams sessions, and you just click the next video call, you have the face-to-face, you disconnect, you connect to the next one, and you don't talk about anything outside the subject topic that you're supposed to be talking about. So I think for me is making sure that, when we get back to some normality, we kind of have those communications and whatnot. But, I think it's making sure that you don't, at least for my team, they don't get fatigued with Teams calls back to back, and, and they do have time to just socially communicate on other things. So I think that's key for me.
Yeah, and I think this comes back to what Alison was talking about as well. How do you ensure that your staff are happy and confident whilst we go through this pandemic? But also, what have you learned during the pandemic that you will take away once we come out of the pandemic and come back to office and normal base? And will we ever return to the office? Or will there be sort of a hybrid model of working from home, working in the office? Yeah.
Well, I think I can touch on probably a little bit of that. I think, there's probably a new normal for a lot of businesses. They've probably realized that actually there's effective ways to communicate and collaborate, which they probably didn't fully harness. I think COVID accelerated, digital adoption for a lot of businesses, whether that's just collaborating and communicating, or it's the digital touch points that they want to put into their retail sites or units to engage with customers. And I think from my perspective, I think more businesses will become a bit more digital native, and that's just been accelerated through COVID, obviously. And I think from my perspective, I think the norm might be that there is a little bit of work 2 days from home and 3 days in the office potentially, because we've proven that it can work. And I think a lot of companies like us who probably hadn't tried and tested that model have kind of reflected and gone, okay, actually they've delivered and more, and we've been able to do it remotely. So I think that'll be quite interesting.
I'm slightly worried about the new normal, I have to say, and this is partly through the future ways of working, because I'm not sure that organizations have really registered that there's a change management needed. So we're all working from home at the moment, and that's been forced on us. And I think that's made it easier. I really want the hybrid model, and that's what we're trying to work through at the museum. I want people to have choice and real choice with flexibility, not just and moving the dial to a new middle ground. But I think one of the issues with that is things like hybrid meetings are much more difficult than, when we're all at home, everyone's on Teams, that's easy. When we're all in the office, that's easy. So going back 2 or 3 days a week, once you've got a critical mass of people in the office, working out how we move to that so that it doesn't just become a kind of inertia shift that people go back into the office and then start having meetings together. And then it's more difficult for the odd people who are at home on any given day. So I think that it still has to be planned and managed if we want to really reap the benefits of this.
And what about you, John? Obviously, you ended up having to do a lot of remote testing and activities during the pandemic, which probably wasn't ideal, but moving forward after the pandemic, how do you see that sort of thing working?
Well, and I think the reality is that we've shown that you can do it. And I think there are some elements, as I said, cutover was a great example of something that really, there was almost no difference in a lot of ways to what it would have been if everybody in the same room. So, that I could absolutely see as being a kind of new way of doing it, or a seamless way of doing it. But then if I think about things like training and actually testing, not that we struggled, but it took a lot longer and it was a lot harder not having at least some groups in a room, and especially when you have the language kind of element where, because remember, it wasn't just, if you like, my team couldn't be in Russia, it was all of the Russian team were in their own homes also. They weren't together or able to, really connect. So things like that, I think I could see us still doing those kind of things face to face, but there's definitely elements that historically we'd say, oh no, you've got to fly there, you've got to be here, you've got to be there, that now we've really proved out and said, you know what, you don't need to do that. And actually, to Alison's point, my big worry is the same as hers, and we've even already seen it in some cases in our company over the last 6 months, of those mixed kind of meetings where you've got 8 people in a boardroom and then there's 3 or 4 people in a different country that can't be in an office. It doesn't work very well unless you have some real strict protocols around it. And I think I agree with Alison, there's a lot of thought and change management that's going to have to go in as we all start going back into that. Otherwise we will very easily regress back to something which is really not good at all. So,
and we've got a couple of questions from the audience as well that are quite similar. Many CIOs have had to implement projects quickly, like you touched on, Cash, during the pandemic. Do you think there will be a greater expectation of IT teams as a result going forward? And is the pace currently required from IT sustainable in the long run once we've gone through the pandemic? And will that change?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great question, actually. I think we've definitely kind of set somewhat a bar, a standard of operating over the pandemic. But we've been clear that some of these were exceptional. They're not the normal way of operating and getting things done. We have to be, we need to make sure that we do things in the right way. We UAT test. We make sure that the risk profile is adhered to and all that sort of stuff. So I think whilst we've been able to show that we can flex up when needed, and we'll continue to do that, we've got to be pragmatic in terms of the workload and the team and the ask of the business. And I think, yes, what it's probably shown us is that we can do it. The IT team is capable of doing this when asked, but let's just make sure that we temper it with, these are exceptional times and exceptional circumstances in which, some of the team are actually going above and beyond to deliver these things. And clearly, operating at that level 365 days a year is clearly, probably not going to work. And so I think, it's making sure that we can show the business that we can deliver when we need to, but also at the same time, we need to have a realistic operating model.
I think for me, I agree with everything Cash said, and the other things I'd add were, one is it shows what you can do, and everyone has one purpose and one goal that they're going after, and the priority is extremely clear. There's no ambiguity about what the priority is. And I think the other thing is actually what we found was, that historic element of everything has to be perfect when it goes live, because if it isn't perfect, the blame, if you like, comes back, or that's the expectation everyone has. Here it was much more a case of, we've got to do these things, we've got to do them really quick, kind of more of an agile kind of way of working, and progress over perfection became really much more acceptable, which I think was a great learning for a lot of people. I think that's the interesting challenge going forward, is can we maintain that, or do we for lots of different reasons start to drift back to, you've got to take the time, you've got to make sure everything is perfect before you release it. So
Alison, do you have anything to add to that, or?
Nothing specific to add. I think the point about the tolerance of imperfection that John just made is a really interesting one. That we did do things that we had to, that were agile, and all of us across IT, there was a lot more flexibility coming into this. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting for our teams going forward and coming out of this, and again, particularly for the museum, where we're coming into quite a financial crunch, to then go to something that is more, to use the phrase I used earlier, ruthlessly prioritized, and look at how we can achieve some of those things. And maybe there's a mix of what we do that's agile, and understanding the two different modes of delivery, and what we can do that is agile, and keeping some of that good stuff while also doing some of the more rigorous delivery as well.
And I think what we've touched on, but we've not mentioned it, is culture change. And I'm interested to get your view on how the pandemic has changed the way we approach culture change in an organization, and if it's become easier or harder to ensure that IT and technology is understood across the business.
Oh, interesting question.
That's a tough one.
I think it's become easier, and I think the reason I say that is because, to my point earlier, the level of credibility we have as a function is so much higher. The sheer level of understanding that some of the terror of people that, how are we going to get our entire workforce working from home in like 1 week, and then the fact that we could do it, the level of kind of realization of how important technology is in a different place. So I think that has been a big help, I think, and a big change. And I think the other thing I would say is, I think the way you can have influence and really help that change as an IT function is by familiar faces. There being familiar faces around the company that people recognize. It doesn't just have to be me or the leadership. It can be more other people within the IT team that people recognize, and they see them out there, whether they're posting a video on Yammer or what they're doing, and people go, oh yeah, I trust that guy, and I can see what they're talking about. And I think the last year, a lot of people in my team have had the opportunity to do that maybe they wouldn't have had before. And so we've got those kind of personalities around who now I think we can leverage to kind of help drive some of the culture change. So that's a couple of things I would think about.
Yeah, I would agree that I think that the credibility of IT and the ability of IT to enable culture change has definitely gone up because of the pandemic. And I think also, I echo some of the points on the technology, flattening out the organization and democratizing the organization. So we've used Teams Live. We've had more all staff updates. Normally at the museum, we do all staff updates in a lecture theatre that doesn't fit all the staff. And we've got much more attendance with the online all staff updates. So I think some of those things have definitely democratized the organization. As I said before, I just worry about people being in their own sound box. So I think that's where change becomes challenging, because everyone has their own little environment, and you're not getting the opportunity for people to meet together. And sometimes that's meeting together and chatting around the water cooler and chatting through the negative elements of change and how people are reacting, but that's cathartic. And you don't have that natural catharsis when you're sitting on your own at home to be able to process some of the change things and what I call the what's in it for me about change. So I think that there are pros and cons of change management in this environment.
I don't know if you have anything to add there, Cash, or...
I think they both really answered a lot of those points, really. I think, I'd add, the only bit I would add is, I think, as Alison kind of refers to the little booth that we're in, and I think, sometimes it's also the bit that we haven't probably talked on is the personal element, about people's personal goals, their development, personal issues, sometimes that sort of stuff is pretty tough to talk over Teams. That's one that most people would like to face-to-face around a table to talk about. And I think that's probably one that I've seen that's probably been a bit more restrained over the last 12 months, whereas, those sort of conversations would probably be far more, if we were sitting face-to-face. So I think that's one for me.
Great. I'm almost out of time, so I'm going to take one more question from the audience here. Someone who has read on Computer Weekly that nearly half of firms are recruiting for IT staff at the moment, but with so much competition, it's tough for IT leaders. So quickly, what are your top tips for recruiting skills and talent in such a competitive environment? Alison, we'll go for you first.
Yeah, I can't say that we've found it particularly competitive. We've had some really great candidates coming through, and it's sad because we know there are people who are being made redundant at the moment. So that's been sad for them, but in some ways our gain. So I'm not sure that's quite how we've seen it, because we've seen some terrific candidates. I'm also very lucky that there is such an affection for the museum. Yes, I don't know if I can give as a tip, work somewhere that's really cool to work. That probably is a factor. Certainly a lot of us who work at the museum work there out of a sense of love of the place, and I know a lot of my team love the organisation. So I think, we happen to be very blessed in that regard. But if you've got cool things to do, people will always want to come and work with you.
I have quite a similar experience to Alison, actually, in that we've actually recruited quite a lot of people over the last kind of 3 to 6 months, and we've got some really great talent into the organisation. Again, I think similar to Alison, we have the advantage of being a kind of household name brand, and that doesn't hurt. But I would say the only tip I would have, do cast your net wide in terms of who you're going for. Don't just have a very kind of blinkered idea of the type of individual you want, or the type of kind of background and so on, because we brought some people in who don't necessarily have the exact career kind of path you might have thought about for that role, but they've been very successful. So
Cash.
Yeah, and I've got to say I kind of agree with the rest of the panelists here. So absolutely, I think we haven't found it being a challenge. We have recruited a few people throughout the pandemic, and I think my only top tip is make sure they're engaged in terms of your purpose and vision as a business, and they're excited to, their genuine interest is actually getting involved with technology, and that's what gets them out of bed, rather than the number at the end of the month in your paycheck. So I think as long as you kind of get those sort of individuals who are excited about technology and wanting to drive change, great.
If I could add one last thing, I also think that what we've been talking about, working from home, is we're able to cast the net wider, as John was saying, simply by the fact we can do that geographically now. And we can think about people who might not be coming into the actual office or the museum, in my case, and who can be delivering from home. So that gives us a geographical breadth that we didn't have before.
Great, and I'm afraid that's all we have time for. It's been really interesting, and thank you very much, Alison, Cash and John, both for speaking and for taking part in the panel. We could go on forever, but I think we could all use a little time to regroup now. So I think we're going to take a 15-minute break, and everyone make sure to stretch your legs, fill up your coffee mug, your tea. I mean, it's 3:30 now, so you could even have some wine if you wanted to. And we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Thanks again, guys.
Thanks a lot. Thanks. Cheers. Bye.
Hi everyone and welcome back. I hope you all had a lovely break and are ready for a great afternoon. To kick off the second part of our day, may I please welcome Paul Neville. Paul is the CIO at the London Borough of Waltham Forest. Now, I will take my hats off to anyone who works in local government. It's been incredibly busy during the pandemic and local councils everywhere have had to accelerate their digital transformation plans as a response to COVID. Waltham Forest was no different, where around 30 new digital services have been delivered over the last few months. Paul is going to speak about how his team has used commercial approaches to implement and drive customer-centric innovation in a pandemic. Over to you, Paul.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm just trying to share my screen, so if I could have some help to do that, that'd be marvelous. If not,
Yep, I think someone will help you in a minute.
sorry to be a pain.
That's fine.
Hello, everyone. Lovely to be asked to talk.
Well, it wouldn't be an online event without some form of technology issues, wouldn't it?
Yeah, let me just try that again. Okay, let me try that. Can you see that?
Should be able to now.
Tell me if you can see that. Can everyone see my screen?
We can.
Great. So can you see the title?
Yes, all looks good. I'll hand over to you then.
Marvelous. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. Being responsible for digital services, I should be good at doing that. So apologies, but really, really amazing to be here. So I'm going to talk about customer-centric innovation in a pandemic. And boy, has it been a year. And it's great to see things being positive. Before I start, I'm just going to give you a bit of context about the local authority, the borough that I work for, and a little bit about local governments and what we were up to, and then the pandemic hit, and I'll talk to you about some key lessons learned. So firstly, for those of you who know London at all, I work for, it looks quite small there, doesn't it? The London Borough of Waltham Forest. It's a borough in northeast London. And it's a really interesting place to work. I don't live in Waltham Forest. I live over in Barnet actually, but it's actually a fascinating place to work. It's got had high population growth, like a lot of London. Got a lot of older people and a lot of younger people, and very, very diverse. A place where change is happening all the time. House prices are rocketing. People are moving in and out. We see a lot of growth actually of digital, small digital businesses. I like to think of ourselves as the Silicon Forest, as I like to say, where we see a massive growth in people moving out of central London to places like Waltham Forest. Lots of uncertainties still about Brexit, what it means for us, even now it's happened. And we're one of the most deprived local authorities in the land, but very much want to work on that as well. What do councils do? What does the local government do? Well, thank you for the Liz, for the introduction. And yeah, we do lots and lots of things. I think with hundreds of services that we support. Now, my background actually is mostly in the commercial sector, and I moved to Waltham Forest to my first public sector role in the back end of 2016. And I thought I was busy in other roles. I worked for Sky selling broadband, for example, you know, on responsible for their website, and a massive change now into delivering for hundreds and hundreds of services on a shoestring budget as well. So it's a real challenging role. And things were challenging before the pandemic. You know, we had masses of issues in terms of finance, money from central government getting lower and lower, and the demands for us to deliver growing every day. So you can see, so these are pre-pandemic headlines. So then what happened? Well, we thought we'd deliver a new digital strategy. My strategy, we knew the world was changing. We knew the world was uncertain. So we thought we'd design a new digital strategy for uncertainty. And our approach was thinking about, well, we can plan for the things we know. What about the things that we don't know. So how do we build in flexibility into the future? And I'm very glad I did that, actually, because I didn't know the pandemic was coming. But we decided to build into a future which we knew was going to be cloud-based, which we knew would help people work wherever they wanted, whenever they wanted. And we knew we had to sort out our core technology so all of that would happen, which is what we did. And as we were doing that, this happened. This picture is, I believe, I just nicked it from Google, apologies, but it's obviously the coronavirus, and what hit us, really hit us hard, and and we really had to take stock very, very quickly, and it really felt for us overnight, like lots of people and lots of businesses, but for us, given our responsibilities, it had a massive, massive impact. Now, actually, the picture behind the main graphic is a picture of, we're just in the middle of developing our town hall to be a centre for the community. And the building works were going on, and we were discussing all the digital, all the cool digital things we'd have in the building to help people work and the community come here and enjoy the facilities. And the pandemic hit, and we had to think, how's that change how we accommodate people? How does it change what we're going to do for people? Now, the main graphic, if you think about our response in local government, well, really, we had to firstly look after our staff. We're also suffering the pandemic. Overnight, we've got 2,800 staff, main members of staff. Overnight, we moved from almost everyone working on site to almost no one. We had 2,000 staff working from home very, very quickly, and we had to support that, which was a massive challenge and a cultural challenge as well, and I'll come back to that later. Obviously, councils are responsible for public health, so for our area, we had to make sure we're supporting, as a council, supporting everything that's going on in terms of the COVID response and the messaging that goes out to people to make sure they adhere to the rules. And everything that goes with it. Our test and trace became a massive part of our responsibility, and also we're leading quite a lot on our vaccine response as well. So absolutely loads going on. In the middle of that, by the way, the NHS decided that they were going to empty hospitals, and that meant we had to cope with all those increased amount of people going back into social care, and we had to look after care homes and all the crisis that was involved. People in our communities were losing their jobs, employment, massive issue, businesses going through crises, and we had to support them. And then in terms of social care, I've already mentioned all our massive, massive challenges dealing with that, and having our own staff help people when they themselves were potentially at risk. And overnight, quite a lot of services became online services, as well as colleagues putting themselves at personal risk to go into people's homes and care settings. So that all leads me to lessons, how we responded to the pandemic. And we were very proud in 2019, we were London's first borough of culture, and we had massive events. As a picture for one of those events, and we're still proud of that and proud of the legacy of that. So I just thought I'd show that picture as I'm talking. So lesson one, so 3 lessons. I'm going to go 3 lessons. The first lesson is all around customer focus. Now, I mentioned beforehand, actually, that my background is from the commercial sector. I mentioned Sky, worked for BT, worked for some startups as well, where we were using digital tools to sell things to potential customers. And those kind of tools where you try to take people through a sales journey, that same idea can be applied into the government and local government setting, into public service. So really 3 things within customer focus which became very important. We have to, in local government, during the pandemic especially, became more and more aware of the people we really work for, the community who've been suffering through the pandemic, the people we really need to support. So the first thing is to recognize and understand who we're there to serve and what they're going through. The second is to measure what we're doing, how we're performing, and how people are responding to that. So one of the things we did very early on is to make sure we had the right KPIs, the right indicators to show us how we were delivering. I'll show you some examples in the next slide, and to keep on responding to that, whether that's how we're supporting staff or residents and businesses. We met every day at the beginning of the pandemic and refined those KPIs and responded to them very, very regularly, because that was the only way we could really be sure, have that laser focus on our customers, making sure we were doing the right things. And lastly, whether it might be colleagues who are on the front line or actually listening directly to residents, really important to make sure we understood what was going on, how people were feeling and thinking, even though that was difficult. By responding to people's needs, we could deliver the best for our customers. In our case, our customers are residents, the businesses, even the people who visit the borough, our part of London. So the next slide are just some examples of the KPIs that we've been monitoring. So they're internal KPIs to make sure staff could work, and external KPIs to see what people are interested in and want to talk to us about as well. And we did that and continue to do that actually on a regular basis throughout the year. Lesson 2 is around culture. Culture really can and does deliver the change that you need, or it won't unless you act on it. I guess that's the other lesson. And I think there's 3 parts to that. The first part, which I really felt actually before the pandemic, when I joined the borough, was that how you feel about yourself drives what other people think about you. And when I joined, the IT team was kind of a back-end team that people blame when things went wrong and forgot about otherwise. And actually, that's how they felt about themselves. And what I reminded them from the first day, and what the pandemic reminds us still, is actually, as IT specialists, as digital specialists, and people who live and breathe technology, we're not here for that technology. We're not here at all for that technology. That's not our purpose. Our purpose is actually in local government to deliver the services that I showed you, to help with social care, to help with vulnerable children, to help people go to school, to help sweep the streets and keep them alight, to help every part of people's everyday life. That's our purpose, and we have to be very connected to that. And if we feel about that ourselves, then what we deliver will be so much more connected to that purpose, and the value that we bring will be much, much greater. The second is to act to solve problems consistently, to make sure that we're totally connected, understand what people want. Sometimes we've got great ideas, amazing technology, but actually the pandemic reminds us that we're here to solve people's problems, to help them get on with their day, to help them be better, to do better. And that, I think, has been a massive lesson. And I'll show you a bit later some of the things we've delivered as a result of that. And then lastly, I think this is true wherever setting. I think we never believed that we could be, even us who love technology, never believed we could still be a part and still act and deliver as a team. But yes, we managed to do that. But to do that, you have to invest in the team. You have to invest in the time to speak to everyone, to listen, even remotely, to check in with people. And that's been a massive part of our learning as well. And as part of that, corporately, we've designed, I'd say, a new public service strategy to remember that us in the council, in our local authority, is not just about us, it's about us acting with our customers, with residents together, to forming a community that delivers a better outcome for everyone, especially in a pandemic. And I believe that's something we'll take forward as well. Last lesson, an openness to try new things. That's lesson 3. And really 3 new things. I think beforehand, that bureaucracy that stopped us from delivering beforehand, that everything took so long, that was thrown out the window to a degree. No, only the bad bureaucracy, I would say. We still had to make some checks and do the right things. But actually, by challenging barriers, we were able to deliver faster and better and to try new things. And when we delivered, we realized we could do so in an agile way. So we could deliver smaller things, assess how they went, make changes and improve. And then lastly, everyone suddenly realized across the council what we were here for, that actually we could deliver amazing things digitally, whether that be our homelessness reception went online and we still delivered an incredible job, in fact, better job than ever before, how we could deliver social care in new ways, how we connect with each other and with our residents in new ways. All of that's going to be taken forward as well. And here's a little snapshot from our website. It's so busy because we've done so many services. Liz kindly mentioned 30 new digital services. I think it's actually more than that. We've delivered it overnight because we've been open to trying absolutely new things. We're really, really proud of that as well. So I guess that leads me to the end, because we're still in the middle of this and we're still delivering. We just delivered a whole new vaccine capability for our local community to monitor vaccines for our local health community. We're still helping local residents get the help and support that they need in almost every way. But now is the time to start to think, do I really want to go back to the way it was before, or are there more things that we could learn? So that's the question I'll leave you on. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much, Paul. It sounds like it's been a challenging but busy and interesting time for you. Next up is Phil Gossett. Phil is the Head of Innovation at Nationwide Building Society. He's going to talk to us about his Open Banking for Good initiative, using open banking to solve several challenges, creating apps and services that improve financial capability for households struggling financially. A little bird has also told me that Nationwide launched its new incubator this morning, which aims to tackle the challenges of living in poverty. It matches exciting project proposals with charities to help those struggling. Now, I know Phil is attending, but he has recorded a video for us, which we are going to play now. Very soon, once we sort out the technical issues here.
Hello, my name is Phil Gossett, and today I want to talk to you about grounded innovation. Grounded innovation focuses the tools and techniques of innovation on real problems, providing the time and space to fully ideate around the problem before focusing on the solution. I hope to bring it to life using the example of Open Banking for Good, a program that I architected and ran for Nationwide. And then at the end, I want to issue a challenge. So just to give you some background, I have worked in innovation for 25 years, and I'm currently working as Head of Innovation at Nationwide Building Society. Prior to this, I spent 10 years as a consultant at Microsoft Research and 10 years as a senior manager in Vodafone R&D. In that time, I've seen a lot of money spent on the dreams of industry and the promises of technology, on blue sky thinking and the hope of a bright new future. And after 25 years of work, I have seen very little that has landed and really makes a difference. So you might think that I'm a hopeless innovator, but actually I think that the reality is that blue sky innovation is very high risk and very difficult to land successfully. In my time at Microsoft, we moved away from blue sky thinking and focused much more on the real problems faced by people and using innovation to solve this. This is the basis of grounded innovation. I think of it as the antithesis of blue sky innovation, where typically a new technology opens up a whole new vista of possibilities, and you start to daydream about what you can do with it. And if nothing obvious arises, we just make something up, and you start to hear sentences like, imagine a world where. With grounded innovation, you don't need to imagine a world. We already have one, and it is full of colleagues and customers with problems already. We don't need to invent more. So surely a better approach is to look around and explore the day-to-day problems that your customers or your workers are facing and try to solve these, and using innovation to do so. But here is the next big mistake that people make. So say, just as an example, that your customers are having a problem with digital identity and you need to fix that. So what happens next? Well, typically, the digital identity team will hide in a room for a number of sprints and come up with a solution. And when they release it, there is still a problem with digital identity. So they go back and they try another few sprints. So what is going on here? The problem is that the people that try to solve the problems are only experts in the solution, not experts in the problem. So here is a thought. If you know that there is a problem, then it is simply because somebody is facing it. So why not use them as your expert? And you already have the solution experts. So simply bring them together. But don't do so to create a solution. Bring them together to explore the problem. Through this, the solution experts can really learn about and understand the actual problem that is being faced, while the problem experts can start to help shape what a good solution looks like. And of course, you need to add a sprinkle of innovation magic to make it all work. Through this, you end up with a deeper understanding of the problem and a well-tested prototype solution. So this is grounded innovation. We start off by identifying a real problem or challenge that consumers or colleagues have. We identify who will solve this for us. We need experts in the solution and experts in the problem, and bring them together and give them the space, typically 3 months, to fully explore the problem and co-create the best solution. It's really simple, and yet very few people do it. Let me use Open Banking for Good as an example to bring it to life. It was a program focused upon the technology of open banking. Open banking allows you to safely view your transaction history and to securely share it with third parties to provide you with a service that benefits you. The Nationwide CEO, Joe Garner, rather brilliantly asked the question, left to its own devices, open banking will simply allow people with money and choices to have more money and more choices. Surely it can be used to help those that are struggling and need support. So we went out to 20 charities and organisations and asked what are the problems that they are helping people overcome today. Not just those that open banking can solve, but all of them. We then took this long list and taxonomized it, and only then applied the lens of open banking. This led to 3 challenges, and these are the 3 that we invited fintechs to come in and help us solve: income and expenditure, income smoothing, and money management and help. So let me bring these to life a little bit. Whenever you have to engage with a financial service, whether that is getting a mortgage or needing debt advice, the first thing you have to do is to create an income and expenditure form. Here, you list all your financial incomings and outgoings, but it is hard to do. Of the people that voluntarily start the process, only half of them get to the end. And those that do get to the end are full of inaccurate guesstimates. Surely open banking could make this quicker, simpler, and more accurate. The second challenge was around income smoothing. There is an increasing number of gig workers who are typified as having an irregular income and yet are expected to meet regular outgoings. A delayed salary payment or simply a bad month can sometimes lead to a missed bill payment and the start of problem debt. Can open banking help manage this irregularity better? And the final challenge simply asked if the technology of open banking could bring about apps and services that increase people's financial capability. When we launched the program, we had over 50 applicants, from which we took in 7. We brought 1 charity together with each fintech and funded them both to allow them to work together for 3 months, ideating around the problem, and through this to co-create the best solution they could. Creating the time and space to allow them to do this was vital for successful innovation. At the end of this, 5 of the successful solution prototypes were funded for a further 6 months to build out scalable solutions, while still keeping the charity experts part of the team to minimise creep. Through Open Banking for Good, of the 5 fintechs that we funded to build, launch and scale their solutions, I'm pleased to say that all 5 successfully did so. In fact, 2 of these are currently live with Nationwide. So this is grounded innovation. Solve real problems and challenges. Convene the right experts to ideate around the problem, and give them the time and the space to do so. I promised you a challenge, so here it is. COVID has changed the world. Some experts estimate that the number of people in the UK living in poverty has gone from 12 million pre-COVID to more than 20 million today. That is 1 in 3 people in the UK. So as a society, we are facing into a lot of problems that need to be solved. Nationwide is working to address some of them, but there are many, many more out there. So my challenge to you is, find a charity, local, national, global, it doesn't matter, and ask them what are the real problems that they would love to work with you to solve. Then spend time with them, and pay for this time if you can, to really understand the problem. Then co-create the solution with them. Your workers will love you for it, as will the charity, as will the thousands of people you could help. If you want more information around Open Banking for Good and the application of grounded innovation, there is an independent report written by the Personal Finance Research Centre at the University of Bristol, and it is available to download on the Open Banking for Good website, www.ob4g.co.uk. Let me leave you with a final thought. One of our Open Banking for Good cohorts, called DoSit, worked with a charity to build an open banking powered income and expenditure tool. As part of this work, and as a way of testing it, they also built a powerful debt advisor information system. It was not a core part of their business, but they were so grateful to the charities for their help and support that they offered this to them for free. But the problem is that the charity was snowed under with demand. And when each and every resource is focused on helping and saving lives, it is hard to take them away to integrate a new solution, no matter how much time it would save them. But industry could provide that resource. Sometimes just offering those things that are easy for you to offer and that you do every day could end up helping a lot of people and may even end up saving people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. And I know Phil is here. I am keen to know more about the incubator that you launched this morning. So I don't know if you could take a couple of minutes and just talk us through that.
Yeah, that's fine. First of all, I can prove that my voice and my mouth do work in sync. Secondly, yes, yesterday we launched the Nationwide Incubator. I alluded to it in that talk. It's really focusing on the challenges that people that are financially struggling are facing. And when that number has recently gone from 12 million to an estimate of 20 million, it's a huge problem that we're all facing into. So yes, we've launched the incubator, we've launched the challenge, that's live now. We cunningly called it the Nationwide Incubator, and it's on the website, which is www.nationwideincubator.co.uk. So please feel free to have a look. And if you can spread the message that this is what we're doing to any channels that you have, we'd be really grateful. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Phil. Now moving on from that, we're going to hear from another man who has also been very busy lately. Can I please welcome John Fitzpatrick? He's the Director for Digital Enablement at the Ministry of Defence. John is going to talk to us about the Ministry's work to deliver a digital backbone and realise data as a strategic asset in defence. Now, I know he's been very busy working on this, so over to you, John. Interested to hear more.
Thank you, Liz. I'm going to just share screen, if that's okay, if I can take that over. But hello, everyone, and thanks so much for inviting me. This is by far the most prestigious event that I've ever spoken at, so I'm absolutely delighted and on the nervous side, actually, strangely, to be with you today. Right. Should have gone into present mode now, if that's okay. Yeah, so I've been at MOD for just coming up to the year. I actually started on COVID day, and you know, moving defence is one of the biggest and most complex organisations in UK government. Operates in 64 different countries, air, land, sea, sky, space, under the water, all of that. So we have all of the kind of complexities of a big global organisation, or a big government organisation, a big government department, and all the corporate stuff. We've also got the unique the mission work as well. So all of our connectors and data flows and that kind of thing. So we have a significant set of issues to deal with. My job covers, I work under a CIO who's one of your nominees. I'm kind of rooting for him from the sidelines, if I'm allowed to say that. But my boss is by far one of the most inspirational senior executives working in technology right now. Charlie Forte has led this organisation over the last couple of years to give it board focus. Defence has secured a multi-year settlement with Treasury in a way that other departments are not able to do right now. So we've got a real solid foundation from which to build. A huge visionary who's kind of really got a seat at the board. He's managed to navigate a way to the top table where we meet monthly to talk about the strategy, implementation, and where we're challenged, and make sure that we're pointed at defence's priorities. So super exciting environment, more stable multi-year funding in the department at the moment, and a CIO who has a seat at the board. Is you know, having worked across government for the last decade or so in technology, that's unusual, and it gives us a great prospect to go forward with a strategic response to our technology problems as we go forward. I think we work under something called Strategic Command, and they run the domains such as air, land, sea, and there are two key challenges for Strategic Command in defence. One is around integration and making sure that the sum of the parts of air, land, sea, sky, army, navy, air force all punch above their weight and work really, really well together. So there's a huge integration challenge. And the other one is that we operate in the cyber domain, which is the next biggest pillar, or the fourth pillar, where we operate. And really, we're seeing a big shift. Our adversaries, our response to cyber attacks is significant, and we have to respond to that in a way that we never have before. And we're going to talk today a little bit about the digital backbone, and that's we're really about enabling warfare at every level by the digital backbone. So all sensors and effectors and deciders are going to be plugged in, and that's some quotes from a recent announcement that was done there. It's a trusted ecosystem: people, process, cyber, data, and technology, bringing these core strands together to form the core digital and data network into which others are going to integrate. The business in the battle space, the top level businesses and the functions enable everyone to operate and fight to transform defence. So we're really talking about the ecosystem that's connecting the shooters and sensors and decision makers across the battle space and business to enable faster and better quality decisions and improve the mission outcomes. It's a combination of people, process, technology, data, and cyber. That's just an illustration of how we see all that fitting together. And the integration point on the right-hand side of the slide really talks there about how all of the things need to be wired together effectively. I'm going to move on to the main part of the talk now, and that's really around how that is for us. This is a kind of our strategy is the latest refresh that we have done. We're talking about how all of this comes together to make sure that data is being realized as a strategic asset within the organization. Really making sure that our data flows from wherever it's received in the organization, from the surveillance or our business systems, can all be used to inform the command room and get real-time decisions to be taken in the center at the top level as we deliver on operations. Underpinning this, we've got common technology architecture, which is really about setting standards, setting a future vision, and really putting our arms around the variety of organic systems and services that have grown up throughout the organization. So really setting out that future vision, setting out key achievements that we want to achieve on cloud technology, making sure that we are operating at hyperscale, making sure that our standards are able to connect things, and shifting the focus and the energy from how do we get different things to connect that suppliers are building for us into an integrated backbone where we've set standards and guidelines for people to connect to as we deliver those services in the future. The technology architecture is working through all of the standards and the basics that we need for our next generation networks to make sure that our services are reliable and fast and interoperable in a way that they've not been designed to do up until this point. So we work across all of our supply chain and future services to set those standards and break down into the key elements and components. The data as a strategic asset is a really important point. So setting those standards again within data, making sure that they're properly catalogued, making sure that we've got strategic approach to integration, that our services become interoperable and designed to take that on, really make a huge difference to how we're going to be able to deliver end user services for our users. So whether you're somebody in the center or on the front line, we're going to take the pain out of the job. We're going to make sure that you're better equipped to get real-time data in the hands of the user and enable them to do their jobs in a really pain-free way. And how we're going to do some of that is by transformation in people and skills too. We're working together with military colleagues in multidisciplinary teams and looking at creating rapid-paced interaction and responses to events that are occurring on the ground. So much faster real-time information being conveyed, and teams being able to deliver improved services right to the front line within hours and weeks rather than years as we go through. So imagine being able to get feedback directly from soldiers in the field, perhaps with a problem that are solving, addressing the deficiency work that takes weeks or months, or equipping the requisite data feeds, racing back from the tactical edge to the corporate core, and these problems that we can now address by the thousands of miles on the front line, getting things straight back to the user at the head of time. So we're working and delivering this as a partnership across defence with our partners in Defence Science and Technology Labs, moving forward to get all of the latest technology into the user's hands at a breakneck pace. We work across different silos, we work with our partners, we work across all of the different domains, and I'm really starting to focus on making sure that our services are secure, that the data can flow around them, and delivered through the multidisciplinary teams across defence. I think we wanted to refer back to some of the things, and we even made it into the Prime Minister's speech. Quoting from that, I'm saying it's going to allow our new investment to be focused on the technologies that will revolutionise warfare, forging military assets into a single network designed to overcome the enemy. A soldier in hostile territory will be alerted to distant ambush by sensors or satellites or drones, instantly transmitting a warning using artificial intelligence to devise the optimal response and offering an array of options, from summoning of an airstrike to ordering a swarm attack by drones, paralysing the enemy with cyber weapons. It's the most fascinating and exciting space that I've ever worked in. We have some excellent colleagues at director level. Charlie has appointed a director for data. There's one for cyber security, one looking at functional integration and maturity. So when the standards are set and available, we're making them super accessible for all of our suppliers and users and teams to be able to get to really quickly, and design services to meet the security needs and the data flows as we go through. Okay, that's the formal bit of the presentation done, and I was going to open up for questions.
Great. Oh, leave it a minute and see if anyone has any questions. But John, not necessarily to do with your presentation, but we spoke about this earlier. What have you found the most challenging, obviously coming into your job right as lockdown begun? How has that challenge been for you?
I think it's a huge complex organisation to work within, and understanding the context moving from other departments into defence has been particularly tricky. So defence has got unique use cases, and some of our experience bringing into there and is difficult to get a grip of. I'm quite an empath, so actually seeing the users in their environment and delivering services to meet needs is definitely a big part of it, and that's much more difficult to do remotely than perhaps it would be from there.
And have you found it being a particular challenge with, you know, everyone working from home and getting stuff done?
So I think our delivery, we've managed to adapt really quickly. Like most organisations, I think the live service and support of turning defence into a much more remote organisation into a more remote organisation than perhaps it was, as they've delivered an amazing amount of ramp up in bandwidth, networks, infrastructure and devices has been amazing for them. So yeah, people are working in a much more confident and collaborative way than they were before. It's been some challenge, but there's some really positive bits as well. We've still managed to get loads done.
And, you know, hearing you talk, there's so much complexity in what you do is huge. How do you manage that challenge?
So I think it's through collaboration, lots of explanation and context setting, lots of touch points, and making sure that we're connected. We are working on shared priorities, and the team really shows up as a team. Every time we were talking to ministers earlier in the week around defence procurement and technology, and each lens that each of my colleagues looks through really adds lots and lots of value.
Great. I believe that's probably all we have time for. Thank you very much, John, for taking the time to speak. It's been really interesting.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Now, our next speaker is from an industry that's probably have been hardest hit by the pandemic. Can I please? Oh, yeah, there we are. Can I please welcome Ash Joku, who's the Chief Digital Officer at Virgin Atlantic. He's going to talk about how the airline industry has been using innovation to ensure survival during COVID-19, and how having a belief in the strategy and principles applied to technology and business have ensured the company stays afloat during the pandemic. Now, Ash isn't here in person, but we do have a video. So if we can play that now, that would be great.
Hello, my name is Ash Joku, and I'm the Chief Data and Information Officer at Virgin Atlantic. Firstly, a big thank you to Computer Weekly and UKtech50 for allowing me to speak. But more importantly, what an honour it is to speak amongst such distinguished speakers that have previously to myself. Look, I haven't got loads of slides to share with you today, and hopefully as I talk, some things might come up image-wise that are able to frame the conversation. But I've been asked today to talk a little bit about our survival, the belief that we have in our strategy, and some of the principles that we've applied in our technology and business to get through this crisis. How do you actually galvanise around a word like belief? It's such a difficult thing to do. Many of you watching this video are technologists and business change leaders, and there's nothing I'm going to say to you today that you don't already know. But for me and for Virgin Atlantic, it started in 2019, and I think it's worthwhile talking a little bit about the past before I talk to you a little bit about how we've innovated and are looking to the future. In 2019, we spent 12 or so months really with our business working out the detail of our processes, our legacy, and some of the systems that we had, mapping out the capabilities that we needed. Having a clear strategic architecture is so important to move things forward. And we built these flight paths of transformation across thousands of systems in what would be eventually a 5-year plan. We have a 36-year legacy here. This organisation was founded in 1984 by Sir Richard Branson, and innovation's in our DNA. But when you're 36 years old, the lean startup methodologies and mindsets may have waned a bit, especially in technology. Luckily, in 2019, we also made another brave decision before the COVID outbreak. We decided to move all business change and technology change into one area so that all of our transformational activities were governed by a new value stream process that really lended itself to scaled agile. Of course, I'm not sitting here pretending that we've got a perfect lean agile delivery model. We do have waterfall projects, delivering planes, for example, that absolutely has to follow a waterfall process. But on the whole, many of our deliveries were value-led already as we're coming out of 2019, and we were able to apply the principles and methodologies to help us prioritise what was required when. As we entered January 2020, news started to break out of China in Wuhan that there was a virus. As an airline, we were very sensitive to these sort of things, and so we watched in January. And then in February, and we could see that we needed to act fast as we could see the virus was growing. In March, we decided to take further drastic action. We stopped passenger flying completely on the 23rd of March. And on that same day, we introduced our first ever cargo-only flight in the history of Virgin Atlantic. Within weeks, the executive, including myself and the technology organisation, had to completely start replanning the organisation. And then on the 5th of May, with a heartfelt impact to our organisation, we announced 3,150 redundancies, closed Gatwick, and announced that we were retiring our Boeing 747 fleet. This was devastating news for us as an organisation. The plan that we created in 2019 along our strategic architectures was still relevant and absolutely accurate. The capabilities and requirements hadn't changed overnight just because of COVID, but the difference was we needed it straight away. Now, clearly with cash being a constraint, we couldn't achieve all of this in one foul swoop. And so relying on our partners to help us was absolutely essential. So small iterative changes were the key to many of the innovations that we made through 2020, and we plan to continue to make. We changed all of our cycle times to be faster. We were extremely constrained on our people and our cash, and so we had to focus data and insight to make decisions in a way that we'd never done before. And so having fewer people in, because we were making the most of furlough, like I'm sure many of you are in your organisations, but having the right data at the right times, so that decisions were made really thoughtfully but fast, has been essential to our survival. That belief in that data and the belief that we were able to get that data quickly has also driven vast amounts of decision making in our organisation that I believe continues to serve us now and into the future. But what we did do, which I think was really important, was we continued the conversation on our social media platforms, both externally and internally. We use Facebook's Workplace here at Virgin Atlantic, and we really ramped up the cadence of consistent communication, both internally and externally. And that was really to reinforce the belief that we were going to survive, and we still absolutely are in the fight for survival, but also to ensure that everyone had a mechanism to connect. The connected teams, not just technically, but to meet, to keep morale up. I'm sure many of you are tackling well-being type issues. The video and voice connection and the ability to record, and for those that have missed out because maybe they were on furlough or dealing with life's struggles, had the ability to re-watch. All of this technology was new. We hadn't any of it in Virgin Atlantic. And so we had to implement a culture of recording and sharing in a way that we had never really done before. The behaviour of meeting virtually is new to us, and we're still finding our way through it. But we believe that we can keep our secret sauce, which is the Virgin spirit and our ability to innovate and serve our customers. We adapt and we adopt, and then we absorb. And I call that our growth mindset here at Virgin Atlantic. Everything that we thought we were going to do over 5 years, we now need to do over 3 years. And I include this year. And so we have had to accelerate all of our plans, not only just to stay relevant for our employees and our customers, but now as we emerge stronger and leaner through the sacrifices of our colleagues, we should theoretically be more competitive. Now, of course, we're all in businesses. We know that technology is the backbone of everything in our world, but our businesses also need to adapt. And so this innovation of working together, looking at change holistically as a system, taking the best practice from scaled agile and lean methodologies, whilst also not forgetting that there are instances and very good instances where waterfall is absolutely required. And then working very closely, hand in hand with our business and our partners is the only way that I believe Virgin Atlantic will innovate and come out of this crisis not only stronger, but much better. We've taken this opportunity also to look at our data sets. Data is at the core of nearly everything that we do. And throughout this process, we've had to provide commercial, customer, well-being and safety data at a pace that's perhaps been more heightened. I'm sure many of you are challenged by the data quandary that sits before you, and it's no different here at Virgin Atlantic. For us, the movement to a near real-time dashboarding and as much as possible, the removal of PowerPoint slides has been fantastic, and I think has really been liberating. We're never going to go back. And that innovation in itself has meant that we have not only adapted, but we've absorbed new ways of working that are forever changes. So another thing that I think about a lot, I'm actually one of the executive sponsors for the BAME community here at Virgin Atlantic. And through 2020, we saw the death of George Floyd really amplify the voices and conversation around Black Lives Matters. But at Virgin Atlantic, we've always been a strong supporter of diversity and inclusion, but there's more work to be done, specifically in technology. We've always had a strong community attachment with the LGBTQ+ communities around the world, but mainly in the UK, sponsoring Manchester Pride in 2019, and also having the first Pride flight to New York, really celebrating and commemorating the Stonewall movement that happened all those years ago. But for us, there's more to do. And I urge just all of us to look at our mix of gender, our mix of ethnicity in our technical teams. For me, that is where the secret sauce happens in terms of strategy and delivery. I'm very lucky to say that I have an extremely diverse organisation in technology, but that doesn't mean that it's perfect, and there's more work for us to do, and certainly more work for me to do to keep the conversation alive. So how does belief in innovation actually convert to outcomes and delivery? Well, for us, they've been really tangible. 200 epics through 2020 linked to our new value stream processes allowed us not only to generate cash, but to save cash for our future. We migrated over 6,000 people to Teams in a matter of weeks, the fastest that Microsoft or anyone had ever seen. We implemented further artificial intelligence and machine learning on top of our cybersecurity capability. We knew that security was one of those areas that we could absolutely not lapse as we were going through this crisis. We extended our Power Automate platform and put as much robotic process automation in as we could. In one scenario, the initial quote came back as 12 to 18 months. We worked with our partners and said that's just wholly unacceptable. We needed to get automated refunds for our customers in place much faster. And so we did it in 8 weeks. Whilst all of the technology focus was essential for our commercial and for our survival bit of the business, we also spent some time really thinking about our local communities. There are many disadvantaged children around some of our hubs in the UK, and we asked ourselves how we could help. So just by gifting and donating some screens, some iPads and laptops to schools in Crawley, in Swansea and in Manchester, we helped our local communities as well. Small things, but they made a big difference. The most important thing is that we're an active, absolutely operational airline. 24/7, 365 days a year, the technical operations of this organisation in technology has been essential for us to keep going. There have been vast amounts of innovation to make sure that the furloughed staff and the shift rotas that we had were kept fresh and focused over the last year. All of these things have made a difference, all of them based in belief for our strategy, our architectural strategy, our business strategy, and our willingness to survive. Like many organisations, we believe that digital first is absolutely the way to grow our business. But I think we mustn't also forget, as technology leaders and leaders in business, that the human interactions and the way that people feel when they use technology is as important. I think for us, the innovation that we're going to be striving for at Virgin Atlantic is not only just to make the technology seamless and simple, but purpose-led. The architectures that we've built and the strategies that we're now striving towards are all around improving and building on that amazing human interaction that I hope many of you have experienced with Virgin Atlantic. The DNA for innovation and providing customer-led solutions hasn't gone away from 1984. In fact, 2021 and onwards is our new 1984. We are back up in startup mode. We are absolutely challenging our new norms. And for us, the focus on innovation, change, and making sure that we do the best thing for our customers will always be part of our culture. Thank you for listening to the things I've said today. I hope you found them useful. And if you need to get in contact, please do. Take care, stay safe, and I'll speak to you hopefully soon. Bye.
Thank you, Ash. That was a really interesting talk. It's interesting to hear about the diversity and inclusion. And I definitely think that having a diverse team is the recipe for success. Now we're going to hand over to our next panel. And for that, I am going to hand over to the tech guru extraordinaire, that is Dave Savage. So Dave, over to you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for that intro. I'm not sure extraordinaire is exactly right. Have we got our panel? Is Ryan, Francesca, Derek, and Nadine here?
Yes. I am. Got me, David.
Brilliant. Isn't this wonderful world where we can't quite see each other a joy? Look, completely arbitrarily, Ryan, you're the first name that I can see, obviously, to the left-hand side of the screen there. Do you just want to very quickly explain who you are?
Hi, yeah, so I'm Ryan Edwards. I'm founder and CEO of a music technology business called Ordo. And we monitor music around the world, and we work with performing rights organizations to deliver the data so they can better distribute royalties. So the global royalty industry is worth about $55 billion. You know, very, very topical, particularly the last 12 months with what COVID has gone through, lots of artists not being able to tour and make money in their traditional sense. So all of a sudden, royalties have become a very, very core income stream for them, and we're there supporting them.
Absolutely. And you were once a musician who had a song out, so very much a personal story. Francesca, do you want to explain a little bit about yourself and Molo very quickly?
Yeah, hello. Hi, everybody. I'm not sure I can activate my video, but hopefully you can hear me. So yeah, so Molo is in the fintech space. Okay, seems like it's working out. So I'm founder CEO of Molo, who is a digital mortgage lender here in the UK. What we do, we digitize mortgages. So effectively, we like to allow everybody to get a mortgage going forward in a matter of minutes rather than weeks. Now, as you might imagine, this has been quite relevant in the last year as we've been all stuck at home and nothing could happen physically. So yeah, it's a very modern way to think about mortgages.
Brilliant. Derek, would you say a few words and introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Thank you, David. Good afternoon to everyone. So Derek Mitchelson, the Director of Digital and Security for the NHS up in Scotland. So I'm part of the NHS called National Services of Scotland. We provide management of the large national infrastructures across the NHS, the network backbones and all the bits that hang all the data and networks and infrastructure together. So for the last year, I've been very much around big data, around COVID testing data, vaccinations data, lateral flow, a whole lot of things, clinical terms I've probably never been involved in before that suddenly I'm getting asked lots of questions on. But it's probably never been more sad to be managing systems during a pandemic, but never been more busy.
Yeah, quiet year for you, absolutely. And look, lastly, but certainly by no means least, Nadine.
Sure. So, hi, David. Hi, everyone. So, I am the Global Chief Technology Officer for MediaCom. So, MediaCom is a media agency. So, we're part of WPP. And we design communication strategies, advertising strategies for some really cool brands. So, PlayStation, Adele. Some of you are probably on the call today. My career is working across lots of different industries. Aside from technology, I am also on the board of Visit England. So I'm focused on helping us get the National Tourism Agency and tourism back on its feet, as well as we kind of start that back up in the economy around that.
So look, this is the last session before the big announcement. Yeah, we've got quite an act to follow with after all the speakers, but equally I've just been told that we've got about 10 minutes extra. So anyone who's watching this is probably going to be a little bit longer than planned, just whilst the winner is confirmed. I think we'll not go into too much detail there, but we've got about 10 minutes extra. I've got some questions prepared, but that does mean that they probably won't last the whole session. So if you're watching, we do have a Q&A function. Please help me out, submit some questions. Your questions are probably better than mine anyway. However, let's start, and I'll come to you, Ryan, on this first question. Right at the top of the event, Bev, the Harvey Nash CEO, talked about the fact that we need to be empathetic and we need to show compassion for people. Whilst this session is all around innovation is so much more than technology in the last year. How have you managed to keep your teams engaged and productive, especially in this third lockdown where it's been so tough on so many?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I always see the 3 lockdowns. Actually, the first one almost was a bit of a novelty. I think none of us had ever been through it. You know, the second one was relatively short. And I think as we came into this third one, it was very much about the unknown. We've spent a lot of time on the health of the team, just physically and mentally. So, and this was everything from, you know, what I would describe as silly things. So, you know, every day we would say to the team, right, nobody's allowed a meeting between 3 and 4 p.m. You must go for a walk. And you've got to find, a dog that's, you know, blonde or yellow, or you've got to find a tree in a certain shape or a cloud in a certain shape. And it was very much about how we just got them out of their normal environment. I think, you know, particularly technologists and you know, entrepreneurial businesses like ours, it's always about, you know, running at 1,000,000 miles an hour and just getting the job done. And actually, I think we, as the first lockdown happened, saw a bit of an opportunity to say, okay, great, you know, in a startup journey, when does anybody ever get to say to a startup, okay, look, you can't launch your product because you know you probably got this six months to a year where nobody's going to put any pressure on you and you can just breathe. And of course, our natural instinct was, no, we're just going to work even harder, even longer hours, and we're going to be even more ahead of where we want it to be. So we've done lots of things. You know, we do Zoom quizzes, which I always lose at. You know, we just and things like, you know, just bits like in the business, you know, we've had excess budget. You know, none of us have traveled for a year. So we've been able to say at the end of some months, well, you know what? Let's just buy a takeaway for everybody in their family, you know, just as a really, really nice thing to do for everyone in. And then the final thing, which is one of the things I love, Jess on the team created a weekly Zoom with the team. And it's the meeting with no agenda, and they will literally go on it. And there is no agenda at all. And they'll talk about anything from the music they're listening to, you know, people who are struggling because they can't get on the dating scene because, of course, they can't meet anybody, and generally just have fun. And actually, most of the time, the C team don't even get invited as well. So, you know, it really is one. And sometimes you overhear snippets of just funny things that have happened, or where people bring their dog in or their kids in and all those kind of things. And I think, actually, although we've been further apart, you know, because we've all been living behind a screen, I would probably say that our team is closer than ever, because you've got an insight into everybody's life. As I sit looking at this Zoom, I can see the co-panelists, and, you know, you can see people's probably living rooms. There's a fantastic picture behind Nadine, which I'm very intrigued by. And I think that's it. We've all got this insight into each other's lives now from that work from home environment. And, luckily my daughter's at nursery today, so I know that she's not going to come running up, but the amount of Zooms that she's arrived on with, large clients and investors. But it just makes it more personal. And I think that's been our big success through this.
Right, just very quickly, how many staff are you now? It's about 100. Is that right?
No. So we're approaching the 30 mark.
Oh, 30. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, we're a two-year-old business. Exploded very quickly, but yeah, kind of 30 people right now.
So look, it's a much smaller business, nonetheless, than say Derek or Nadine, the organisations in which you work. And I mean, Nadine, listening to Ryan there, I imagine there's some elements of that you can absolutely relate to. But it must be harder when MediaCom, absolutely huge global business with users all over the place. I suppose creating that team cohesion isn't quite as easy when you can't get the whole company on one call.
It's really tough. I kind of envy some of the stuff Ryan's talking about. It sounds really fun and cool. So MediaCom's like 8,000 staff across 100 countries. So that does add quite a few complexities. We do some of, I suppose we do some of the things Ryan has actually spoken about, like things like meetings you can just drop into, rather than meetings are social, we can just drop into to kind of create that kind of community spirit. Also, the company is, because it's a larger company, it's able to offer some structured support around things like mental health. We have sort of a mental health day people can take off one day, just for the year at the moment to help people talk about mental health, because that's obviously become a big focus during the lockdowns. And I think the organisation also has an appreciation of the different circumstances people have. Like some of our staff are really young, that's kind of their first job. Media is quite a young industry, and they're working from their bedrooms in a share house, so they don't have any other space to go to, and they spend their entire day there. So it's kind of being cognizant of that. And then we've got a lot of obviously parents homeschooling, and I'm sure many people on the call can relate to that. So there's the kind of company structures, and then I'd say on a team level, and the sort of things I've been focused on are really things around communication and transparency. I think people are tired, and also I think a little bit on edge in some cases, because it's been going on for quite a while now. So I think that communication is really important. So we're doing global town halls, weekly newsletters, we have a team website, just making sure that people know what's happening and celebrating successes. So the smallest success I'm probably much more of a deal about than I would have in the last 6 months, and perhaps I would have 2 years ago. And just I think one more thing, just on kind of engaging and sort of supporting your teams, I think it's balancing showing vulnerability as a leader when I'm having a groundhog day, and also needing to balance being a motivator and sort of creating optimism and positivity in the team. And so I think as a leader, we've got quite a balance and an important leadership responsibility to do that.
Derek, I suppose your perspective on this would be really interesting, because the other three panelists, to a degree, kind of have a level playing field. Everyone is either could be in the office or they could be at home. Your organization is supporting a whole range of different users in very different circumstances, right? And obviously with the healthcare professionals, they're on the front line, they're in physical environments. Listening to Ryan and Nadine speak, how alien an experience is that to the one, I suppose, that you've gone through over the last year? Or actually, are there similarities there that might be surprising?
Yeah, it's exactly the same for the teams that I'll manage, the digital data security networking teams. But we've just got to be very aware that we have got a huge percentage of the workforce that is still working, they're still working in the old ways. They're still coming in to the office when they come in, or coming into the hospitals or the trusts. We've got distribution, delivery drivers, we have got blood transfusion. So we're always cognizant of the fact that not everyone's working in a changed way, and that brings that. I think you're always playing things safe that way. You can't always then start shouting about, this is how we want to work, this is what we want to do. Wellness becomes a big piece, but you have to try and balance the wellness of those that are coming in working on the front line, alongside those that are actually trying to, look after mental health and working long hours during the day. And sometimes that brings these tensions. That's probably the bit I think that might be unique to organisations like the NHS, that you're always getting reminded that we're two workforces now. We're a workforce that stays at home and works, and then we're a workforce that can't do that and has to go in and work on the front line, and that makes things quite challenging. But for the digital and data side of things that I'll manage, it's exactly the same thing as Nadine and Ryan has said. One of the things I've started doing since the pandemic, because we're working much longer hours, instead of working 8-9 hours, I think mostly we're working 12-13 hours, and the team is doing a lot more rotation of staff. So I rotate out my senior team a lot more, take them off programs, put other people in, explain to them none of this is to do with non-delivery or success. It's my analogy is like a football game, saying, I want to keep freshening things up, bringing in new talent, bringing in those that have got better ideas, maybe those that have got some energy, new energy, because it's been so intense, and we've got lots of people that just talk about, we've done this from March and we've had no time off. They're now starting to get tired. And that's very difficult when we're getting messaging from Scottish Government around speed up the vaccination programme. We need to get vaccinating more people. What can we do to speed things up? And the staff are really weary. All the promises I've given around, one more push and we'll be there. It just always seems to be another push. So it's quite tough.
Yeah. An interesting question that's just come in from, I'm afraid it's an anonymous source, but innovation is mostly best done collaboratively. What has the panel learned from working remotely to help improve digital innovation in their organizations going forward? I suppose, Derek, I might stick with you initially on that one. Any initial thoughts to that question?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I'll touch on just I joined the previous session to this as well, and there was a big talk about data-driven decisions, and we've done a lot on data-driven innovation, as you can imagine, from getting the first PCR test that came through the COVID labs back in, I think it was back in February, we started getting these through, as to how we start to not just pull the data in, but really use that data to innovate. So, I found myself working a lot closer with medical directors, chief medical officers for the government in Scotland here, where we probably wouldn't do that, to say to them, we've got really good data coming in. What do you want us to do in order to put that into data science platforms? How can we slice these up? Can we use things like predictive analytics in order to actually forecast or predict where we're going to have some spots, some bursts or spots or hotspots? So I think we've been more innovative around that data space, is what I would say. We've done all the usual things like most organizations have around Office 365, home working, the collaboration. These type of things were just a given, but it's driving forward that data agenda that has been the big innovator, I think, within Scotland.
Francesca, just to bring you into the conversation, and if we pull on that point of collaboration and pick out one of the questions, this one's coming from Danny Lyons. How do you embed a culture that scales as you do? Obviously, those collaboration tools is going to have been particularly important to the culture, but you're a digital first business. You've only been around for 2 years. So I assume this is something that is all very kind of in your DNA, right? It's not been a massive change from the way that you're operating.
Yeah, I think that's super interesting and super important question. I think, yes, that's correct. So I think probably we are a little bit slightly different type of company. So we are also quite new, quite young. We are 40 people in total, probably closer to where Ryan is. And we are all about innovation. So technology is the heart of our business. And we have always been working in a very collaborative way, even before, right? So working from home was not something new for us. So, and in fact, I think has been welcomed by everybody on the team, but also being able to work in a fluid, let me say, environment, agile, and all this was already, kind of embedded in the culture. I think, however, I think I would say two things to the point, raised here between collaboration and, being more remote. So on one side, I have to say, in a team like ours, where collaboration is also something you live every day. So we used to just have a lot of whiteboarding sessions, a lot of brainstorming sessions. You need to be in the same room. I must say that we missed that a bit. And so we had to recreate some moments, some alternative ways to get that same kind of creative spirits to exchange views. And I have to say that if there is one aspect where I think remote working is more difficult, is exactly in that how do you collaboratively exchange ideas without being scripted, right, in a way? So, and I think what we did is that we then created a moments, we created meetings where it just is a workshop, there's something where it's a brainstorming, we're using different tools virtually. But I realized that this was is probably the only, was a little bit of a difficult thing, but it can be overcome. And we realized that we all adapt. After a few months that we were in this situation, and people embraced the idea that you can have exchange views and have a brainstorming meeting even online, right? So what I would say is collaboration can continue, and it did continue for us, but you need to kind of evolve and not expect that you can do exactly the same as before. The second point I will make, though, more on the positive side, is that I actually, a positive surprise of being remote was that on the collaborative side was that because you're more remote, so naturally you don't talk to each other very often. So I think what I found out, there was much more creativity coming from the team, and spontaneously, because you have a problem, you say, okay, we solve the problem, and then effectively there was spontaneous collaborations with different tools happening more bilaterally, and then having very creative ideas being brought up without having a lot of structure on them. So I think it's I would say probably for us it's not been a big struggle, because we are always used to work in this way, but in fact it had some positive surprise as well. So
okay, picking up on that point then around positive surprises and talking about creativity from the team, Ryan, I mean, as a technology leader, I suppose there's this slight tension now between flexibility and control, right? Because on the one hand, I've got all sorts of kit that I've bought that needs software installed on my computer. I must have been an absolute bloody nightmare to our technology department over the last year, because I want to play with all sorts of toys when I'm at home. You must want to embrace that, right? And let your users kind of experiment and do things that are new and different, especially in this environment. But at the same time, it's increased security concerns. It might be a stress on your infrastructure. How do you manage that slight dilemma?
True, and I think I was just going to, as Francesca was talking, there was something key, and when she talked about that creativity, what we found actually, within our teams, yes, we are a small organization right now that's growing at a rapid pace, but we were finding that we were kind of getting like subsets within the teams as well. So somebody would have an idea, and go to our head of tech and say, hey, what about this? And he would say, well, why don't you go and work on it? And it was almost like just a pair of them that would go away, spend a few days, and then come back and do it that way. Because I think we all know trying to get 30 people on a Zoom is near impossible. But if you have two, having that kind of bounce off, be it via Slack, WhatsApp, whatever the service is, or even on the old fashioned phone, they can just have those conversations and they collaborate, and then they bring it into everybody else, and then you kind of open it and do it that way. As far as playing and everything goes, we're funny because I think everybody hears technology is disruptive, and we're in the music industry. If you ever want see an industry that doesn't embrace technology and has fought against file sharing, Napster, streaming, you name it, they fought against it. We've been very lucky in that we've been embraced very well. The challenge that we have is we're very focused, of course, with performing rights organisations for royalties. That's our mission. That's everything we're doing. We're driving fair and accurate distribution across there. What we now get on a daily basis is phone calls from some of the biggest record labels, the biggest publishers, even the biggest artists going, hey, I hear you guys have got loads of cool data, and I'm like planning a tour, or we're doing really well in K-pop right now. Should we keep signing K-pop bands because we think that's a really cool trend? Or is there something else that you're seeing happening in clubs in Australia, or happening on the continent of Europe, and all those kind of things, which is also interesting. When many of these clubs and places are closed as well. I think from our side is we'll always embrace it to say, okay, I always go back to what's the commercial reason. So, politely, we've raised investment, we have to deliver a return for investors. So how can we make money from it, in a fair and true way? How can it deliver a really, really good service? And then, of course, we'll then work backwards through, as you say, all of the IT security and any of those kind of bits that we had, nowhere near on the scale I'm sure Derek has, and everything that those guys have to work through. But we're very open, and I think we're lucky, we're agile. I'm lucky in my career that I've been in organizations like Derek. I was head of digital at Visa Europe, so trying to change things in Visa, it's pretty difficult. Somebody says, hey, I want to change the core payment network. You're like, well, we've got 120 million cards in the UK. We can't let that go down for a minute, right? So we go through that to now being a super agile, super quick to evolve organization. And I think we're very embracing of it. And then the other thing is we have somebody, so we have, one person on the team whose specific job is to look at new things. So he's called our innovation manager, Hash. And, I'm sure the guys will echo, LinkedIn, I probably get 100+ messages a day from people trying to sell me recruitment services, data services, all the different things that they want to sell to you. And there's always those few little nuggets that you go, oh, that could be really, really interesting for us. And, I always send it to Hash and say, hey, do you just want to explore it? And he's typically looking 9 to 12 months out to say, right, I'm going to do a little rapid prototype, in kind of my time, so it doesn't impact the wider organization. And if we think it's a go, then we green light it, we build the business case, and off we go.
So picking up on that point, right, you're musing there about Derek's situation. You're explaining about the brilliance of your agile environment and how helpful that is, and then talking about kind of what nuggets you might be able to look at a little bit further down the line. We've had a question that's come in stating that the panel is 2 startups, scale-ups, and 2 CIOs from big enterprises. So what innovation tip would you share with each other? I think it follows on quite neatly from what you were talking about. So what do the startups do that could help enterprises, and what do the enterprises do that could help startups? So Derek, what do the enterprises do that could help startups?
It's a great question. We've actually changed the way we work, I think, to be a bit more like a startup. Just during the pandemic, it's NHS. Our primary goal is to keep the public safe, and that's it's about healthcare. It's about that's what we're there to do, and we tend not to take risks. During the pandemic, we became an organisation that I think turned around to optimize risks instead. Risk was seen as an opportunity. Now, when I say things like that, it was, we built ourselves contact tracing systems within 6 weeks, which we would never look to do. Normally that would go through compliance groups, governance groups, it would go through audit committees, financial committees that have a look at all these things before you would go near putting anything ready. So my mantra at the moment is being 80% is good enough. We just need to MVP. We don't need to aim for perfection. We need to be quick. What I keep saying is, I do come from a private sector background. That was all about being first to market. If you were second, then you wanted to become first. It was about the pace and taking risks. I think now as an organisation, we embrace risks. Difficult for us is going to be actually after the pandemic, where we start getting pressure to say keep going at the same pace. And we can't keep going at the same pace. We're nearly at burnout. So for me, as I say, we've very much flipped around to working probably the way I worked in some of the smaller organisations before the NHS. It's all about agility, having a look at risk, and MVP 80% is good enough.
Nadine, you're the other large organisation. Do you echo a lot of what Derek says there?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I'd say a similar themes to what Derek has said. I think on top of that, I have 2 things. I think perhaps the startups, or sort of a contrast between big organizations and startups. One is, I suppose, we have the advantage, the benefit might be a better word, of having a very regionally diverse and therefore very diverse workforce. Like I have 8,000 people scattered around 100 countries, so we've got a diverse mindset to help us innovate. And for example, so I very much encourage innovation at the edges, because that's where it happens. It happens down where where somebody's encountering a challenge, or can see a business challenge or an opportunity with their client, or in their own domain, in their functional expertise. So we've had, for example, in Australia, we had a great innovation of an e-commerce audit product, which has helped our clients establish how their products are performing on e-commerce sites, like, for example, supermarket sites, and where they're not working, where they are. And that was an innovation that happened down in Australia. So that's kind of one aspect. The second aspect is, I suppose, how we scale. So we enable all this innovation at the edges within, I suppose, frameworks of what people can actually create and access. And then we sort of encourage people to bring these ideas forward to a product board, which then we kind of then work out which ones we have the business benefit and which ones we'll put our money behind and scale. So I suppose that's maybe I don't know if it's contrast, a tip, but that's I suppose my kind of thoughts on perhaps how we're approaching innovation, which may have similarities or may have differences to startups.
Okay, and let's flip this on the head. Francesca, what's your advice to our enterprise businesses?
Well, I mean, I can talk generically. It seems like you guys are doing a lot already. So, but in general, I did spend all my career in banking before being a startup. So I can reflect on that. I would say two things, right? What I learned, and I think I would recommend to any bank or any big corporate organization. One, I would call it let go. And let go is a little bit about empower, decentralize a little bit what Nadine seems to be doing already, but effectively don't necessarily think about organizational setup, reporting lines and top down, but be a little bit more bottom up. Let people take initiative, let them be creative, and you'll be surprised. I actually had to, switch a little bit my mindset on that, but effectively it's about losing, too many not control framework in a regulatory way, but in terms of hierarchical decision making and so on. I think there are amazing people out there, the young people especially, they have a lot of ideas, just kind of believe in that empower, and magic things will happen that you not even imagine. I think the second one I would say is more about, it's a little bit about what Derek seems to be doing already, which is just take risk and make things happen, and don't just forget the process, focus on outcomes. So it's effectively take decision, move fast, and just go for it. It's not perfect, it's MVP, but unless you go for it, you never know. Again, I can just reflect on my experience. I tended to want to get things perfect, and I realized you never move, right? And in big organizations, there is a lot of process, a lot of committees, there's a lot of, ticking one box after the other, which I know some of this is needed, but you'd be surprised how much of that is actually not strictly needed if you really need to do something. And for me, COVID was really an evidence of that. A lot of people, as you guys said before, in 6 weeks or in 3 weeks, something happened and usually would have taken 3 years. So then we should think why. They're the same people, same brain power, same money, right? So it's just that effectively, when you act on necessity, you strip out everything that is not needed. And I think that's what startup leads every day. So we are always on a life or death situation. So then you're forced to go for what's really needed. And I think sometimes it's a great forcing device also for larger companies.
No offense, Ryan, you've had the most thinking time. No pressure, rather. You kind of, we're expecting fireworks now.
It's really funny. And actually, I think the first thing we should probably say is to Derek and his team, congratulations on the app, because I started my career 12 years ago, creating apps for retailers and for sports organizations and everything. To do wireframes took 6 weeks, not alone, release it and get it out to quite literally millions of people. I just think it's, watching from the sidelines, it's been, watching a big organization like the NHS achieve that was phenomenal. I think the second side, and you talk about innovation culture, one of the reasons I left corporate career was, everything works in 5-year cycles. It was like you'd hear the word transformation, which when I heard it, I just wanted to be sick, because C teams in corporate organizations typically last 3 years. So if they're on a 5-year roadmap, they're not even going to get halfway through it. And actually, transformation and innovation is a way of life. It's not something, and technology, come on, do we honestly know what's going to be available in 5 years? It hasn't even been thought of right now, what the next great thing is, or somebody might be thinking of it, hopefully watching this in their bedroom and thinking, how they can impact, how they're going to go and raise money, and how they're going to create a tangible business model of it. Innovation should be a way of life. My view is always, there should be this kind of 3 to 5 year roadmap plan of what you want to do, but actually, look at how development sprints work. No more normally than 5 days. So I would be saying, well, look, this is the 5-year goal. However, this is what we're going to work on for the next 6 to 12 months. And at the end of that block, then you stand back, you reiterate, and you take that view on what you're going to do next, because the plan will change. It's that, it's that thing, and you see it in, like lots of life coaches, your planning life goes this from 0 to billionaire, and there's never going to be a bump in it. It's exactly the same in innovation. And that's how we see it. It is a way of life.
I noticed when Derek was talking, Nadine, you started nodding vigorously when he started talking about, keeping going at the same pace. There's going to be some burnout. And then they're listening to Ryan talking about roadmaps. There seems to be this growing gap, right, between business and shifting customer expectations. I suppose it's placing a bit of pressure between what execs and what CEOs want to happen versus what's maybe technically possible. And that might be placing pressure on the technology leader, right? I
don't know if it's not technically possible. I think the pressure I see, because I see C-suite a little bit tired as well. I think that there is a huge, COVID, the pandemic has changed a lot of things in work and life, and so businesses are having to adapt to it. Full stop. And that means that to adapt, you need to put in plans in place to actually adapt. And I think it feels like everyone's running to kind of transform. Sorry, Ryan, but to change, to change and keep up. I think one of the things I think we need to do is almost take a breath. And there has been so much change, and it's really tough because, I mean, if you're in Derek's place in the NHS, I'd rather you didn't take a breath and get going with those vaccines right now, but we almost do need to take a breath and kind of adopt and embed change. I think we're kind of like changing on a changing platform, which is difficult. I think just coming sort of back to what you're asking as well, David, I would say when it comes to technology solutions at the moment, I think we need to think really flexibly. So, I mean, if you're going to, do an infrastructure solution, obviously it's going to be cloud, like as a, kind of very, very simple example, because things are changing so fast. So what was the plan for, 3 months time, all of a sudden we've got a new plan. So it's kind of, I suppose the solutions that we're putting forth have to be able to go in different directions than perhaps they would have had to in the past.
There's a question that's come in that I think is quite interesting. Look, this is the UKtech50. It's it's the coming together of the leaders of this particular industry, and we've been asked. I'll just read this out. I'm really interested in the growing debate around tech ethics, things like AI, privacy, sustainability, data analytics, online harms, etc. This is going to be a growing issue for tech innovators. What advice could the panel give on how we manage these sorts of issues? And I think this is particularly prevalent because, let's face it, technology leaders have a big responsibility, have a big role to play in post-COVID Britain, right? Especially in the way that customers are now interacting with the services that you all provide. Derek, I pick on you first. I saw you kind of nodding as I was reading out the question. What thoughts do you have on that?
It's never been more important, I think, when you're doing things at pace, that you get the privacy by design elements done right up front, and also realise that there's expertise out there around AI, ethics, etc. When we started building our contact tracing systems, we kicked off weekly sessions with the Information Commissioner's Office up in Scotland. So we were keen, rather than delivering something to turn around and say this is what we've done, we were keen to actually get them involved in our sprints, funnily enough, which we'd never thought of doing before, David. So and they were so open to working with us. Okay, we're a big organisation, so they obviously can't do it with organisations of all sizes, etc. But I agree with the question. It's never been more important. You in the NHS, if our the public in Scotland, the citizens, lose confidence in what we are doing and how we're using the data, then the whole game, the whole house of cards falls down. It's so fundamentally important, and I think up in Scotland we've done a really good job of that. We've not had any of the issues. I know they've had quite a few issues with some of the proximity apps and other things down in England that I think they've jumped and then tried to actually do these things further along the lines. But we've definitely right at the start said we need to get the security right, the ethics right, we need to get the privacy by design piece right as well. I don't think we've done an awful lot in the AI space. I think that's a space of learning for us in Scotland. We've got a lot of data, and I think we're still working out how we can use that data better and what the predictive AI elements of that can actually be. But it'd be the same in any program now for us, that it has worked so well. We need to make sure we embed these learnings in right at the start of any piece of work. It's you try and put it at the end, it'll be difficult. You've got to do it up front.
For anyone tuned in, by the way, awaiting the results of the top 50, I've just...
David, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, you're
on mute, David.
It's muted.
Sorry, I was muted by the host, apparently. That's a good sign, isn't it? I was just saying we're going to wrap this up in a couple of minutes, but just before we do, because I've been told that we're good to go to the result in a couple of minutes. Just before we do, Francesca, you're the other person on this panel that is dealing, I suppose, with very personal data, working in mortgages. It's not quite health data, but at the same time, buying a house, incredibly personal to a lot of people. How do you reflect on that question around ethics and data?
Yeah, I think it's very important, and I reflect in a way that there can be no compromise, and that's what I would say here to everybody, and especially the person that asked this question. For me, ethics, or the modern version of ethics, which is how do you treat data, what's behind data privacy and all of these things, compliance is our license to operate, and I do think that it's super important. The way that I interpret this is our red line. So we are a startup. We do things. We need to move fast. We don't have a lot of money, but since the beginning, we have embedded by design the concept of doing things properly. So my advice, given that this is what I've been asked, is to consider everything, all these topics very seriously, and don't compromise on those, especially if you are a tech leader, because today you can do fantastic things from a technology perspective. Unfortunately, if they breach a kind of ethical barrier, they're terrible things. And I think fundamentally the way I think about it is that whoever is in technology today has great power. So as we know, from a great power comes a big responsibility as well. So on this, I'm completely black and white.
I want to thank you all for your contributions and for staying with us for a few minutes extra whilst the procedures for the next part of the event were wrapped up. So thank you all very much for your time, and we'll hand back to Liz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for a great panel, Dave. That was really good. Now, it's been a really interesting afternoon, and it's been fascinating to hear from all our speakers. It's safe to say that we've all been hit hard by the pandemic, but it's so heartwarming to hear how everyone's come together in different ways to ensure both people and businesses continue to thrive. Now, there are a lot of other people who have also been instrumental in that and done an amazing job this year. And that is the people on the 11th annual UKtech50 list of the country's top IT and technology leaders, which means it's almost time for me to begin the countdown from 50 to our number 1. There have been an incredibly amount of deserving nominees this year, and the judges have had a very difficult time selecting the top 50. When deliberating, it quickly became clear that the UK and its IT and tech community and its leaders have put in exceptional work this year, going seriously above and beyond, whether they work in industry, government, a multi-million-pound company, or a startup. It's been amazing to see. So without further ado, let's begin the countdown. Right, my screen seemed to have frozen. Apologies, everyone. Let me continue. Right, it seems my sound has gone. Let me just try this again. I'm going to reshare. Apologies for the technical difficulties there. Let me try. It seems we have lost the music, but that's okay. We can all just look at the amazing names on the list. Thank you. So great names on the list there. Now, before we continue, I just wanted to give a special thanks to our judges. It's putting together this list isn't easy, and we obviously couldn't have done it without them. So thank you to Adam, Joanna, Sue, Robin, Brona, and as well Computer Weekly's readers. Thank you very much. Now let's continue the countdown. Congratulations to everyone on the list so far. Now, before we go through the top 10, I just wanted to share some special achievement awards. It's been a challenging year for most, as businesses, industry and public sector have struggled with the COVID-19 pandemic. The technology sector has rallied around and achieved great things during the crisis. And Computer Weekly and Harvey Nash are pleased to announce these special achievement awards, recognizing the work of some of the fantastic individual achievements over the last year. For these awards, we wanted to pick people who haven't necessarily made it into the top 50, but also in the top 100 long list, which you can see on computerweekly.com. We felt they deserve some special recognition for what they've achieved in the last challenging year. Now, the first award goes to Mark Denny. He was brought in as an interim CIO at HMRC in November 2019. Denny was at the heart of delivering the systems needed to support financial schemes put together at short notice at the start of the pandemic, such as the furlough scheme and business loans. This unprecedented tech response was, as Denny himself put it, about condensing a 9-month process into a 24-hour period of coding. Congratulations, Mark. And the special award for achievement in diversity and inclusion goes to Helen Milner. Helen Milner is the founder of a not-for-profit, staff-owned social enterprise called the Good Things Foundation. It's an enterprise to help the 11 million people on the wrong side of the UK's digital divide and to become confident with digital and online technologies. The Good Things Foundation has continued this work throughout the coronavirus pandemic, including using funding from the National Lottery Fund to help the digitally excluded gain digital skills, building upon its Make It Click online learning resources, as well as using funding from Barclays Community Fund to give devices and data packages to disadvantaged households. It's a well-deserved award, Helen. Congratulations. Now, the special award for achievement in the tech sector goes to Demis Hassabis and the AlphaFold team at DeepMind. They've done an extraordinary amount of work this year on protein folding with the latest version of its AI system, AlphaFold. This work is incredible and has the potential to have significant impact on biological research across the world. So congratulations. The special award for achievement in startups and scale-ups goes to David Watson. David is a scientist and ethical investor who wants to disrupt the electric vehicle charging market and give people access to the best technology and to shift to cheaper and greener energy. His company is set to be a well-known household name and the go-to brand for electric vehicle owners across the UK, supporting the country's ambition to stop selling new petrol and diesel cars from 2030. Now, the special award for achievement in COVID-19 response goes to Alistair Forbes. Alistair founded the Scottish Tech Army together with a friend as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Working with recruitment agencies, the initiative aims to identify IT volunteers whose skills can be used to support public sector organisations and develop digital projects to help tackle the outbreak of the pandemic, of the virus, and manage the recovery process as we go into that. Now, the final Special Achievement Award is for IT leadership, and it goes to Phil Swan. Phil is the CIO and digital lead at the Greater Manchester Combined Authority. He's led the work on the Greater Manchester Digital Drive, offering free support to businesses affected by COVID-19 and helping them build their online presence and skills. He's also leading the work on the Greater Manchester platform, which aims to hold, share and analyse information across health, social care and community settings. So congratulations to everyone. You've accomplished amazing things over the last year, and this is well deserved. Now it's time to continue the countdown and see who made it into the top 10. Now we're going to pause there for a minute. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about this year's winner. So this year's winner won with an overwhelming majority of votes, both by readers and judges. And that is truly a true testament to the hard work she and everyone in her organisation and across the NHS as a whole have put in this year to keep us all safe, up to date with the latest information and ensure we all have access to the care we need and the products needed to do that. And more recently, ensure we can all book our COVID-19 vaccines online. I'm extremely pleased to announce our winner, Sarah Wilkinson, CEO of NHS Digital. Now, I know we have Sarah with us here, so I want to say a huge congratulations to you. This must be a great recognition, not just for you, but for the whole organisation and your whole team and the fantastic work, blood, sweat and tears you've all put in. I know it's been challenging, but yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, Liz. I mean, yeah, what can I say? Thank you very, very, very much for this award. I'm very honoured to accept it, which of course I do on behalf of the whole of the NHS Digital staff. Computer Weekly is such an influential magazine. It's been such a kind of staple of life in IT for so many of us for so many years. And I actually remember when my first ever job, there was a sort of stack of Computer Weekly magazines on the front desk of the little software house that was the first job I had in 1991. I think we should probably giving too much away. But thank you for being a sort of reliable descriptor for our entire industry for well, for the entire careers of many of the people on the line today. And it's fantastic to receive an award that's been voted for by Computer Weekly readers. I know that's going to mean a lot to everyone in our organisation, because obviously what that means is that there's so many people across the UK that recognise and respect what we do on behalf of the NHS and the impact that we've had in that work. NHS Digital has had an extraordinary year. You know, it's been pretty intense. We've delivered a vast number of services in a very short time, from one online system, which became the kind of primary triage point at the outset of the pandemic, to all the infrastructure for COVID testing, the systems for identifying the clinically vulnerable patients who need to shield, as you just mentioned, the vaccines infrastructure. You know, we built new systems to allow appointment booking into emergency care settings. We built infrastructure to support remote consultations. We've built new physical connectivity across a huge number of new sites, and testing sites, vaccination sites, hospitals. We've put digital services into care homes. We've supported the Oximetry at Home programme. We've delivered new authentication systems for PPE environments. We've made constant updates to the nhs.uk site, which is one of the most visited health sites in the world, so it's of great international as well as national importance. We've processed data requests at a phenomenal rate, new feeds in, new feeds out, new analytic tiers and models, lots of very complicated work in building and defining code sets. We have provided data for many partner organisations to support them in running many different aspects of the service over the course of the last year, and we've had the privilege of supporting a whole raft of kind of major clinical research programmes, including many of those that changed the course of history, like the recovery trial. And in the background, we've achieved the world's largest ever email migration to the cloud. We've managed to continue to build most of the services that we had on our pre-COVID plan, and we've operated all of the critical national products and platforms at the very highest levels of reliability and security. So I do lead an extraordinary group of people, and it's so lovely to get this recognition. If it's okay, I'll just give a quick shout out to a couple of other communities I think are important, because absolutely everything we do depends on kind of deep and wide collaboration and partnership. The first thing I would like to say is just all our peer organisations within the NHS. The NHS is probably one of the most complex organisations in the world. You know, the number of constituent organisations, the very, very deep interdependencies, the complexity of the legislation, you know, the sheer scale of the demand we're dealing with can make it a very, very challenging environment in which to operate. And you know, it's only possible to make progress when all the necessary parts of that structure sort of find a way to jostle along together. And to be perfectly honest, quite often the mere fact that we've all jostled in roughly the same direction seems like a bit of a miracle. But what gets all of us who work at NHS Digital up every morning is knowing that what we do matters so very much to patients and clinicians up and down the country, and the deep respect and admiration we have for those on the front line of the NHS, especially this year. It's truly humbling to work with them. And I'd like to give a shout out to all CIOs, CTOs, CDOs, you know, and all their staff right across the NHS. You know, any one of those teams would have been worthy of this award this year. And finally, I'd just like to give a quick shout out to all our suppliers. We have over 300 tech supplier organisations who work with NHS Digital in many different ways, many different services. And I think, I mean, I can really say this year in particular, without exception, they've been there for us through thick and thin. So, I mean, on that note, I'll just say thank you one last time. This is really, really special. We really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much, Liz.
No, thank you, Sarah, for all your hard work this year. This award is truly well deserved. Now it's time for me to start wrapping up. This has been such a wonderful afternoon, and I want to say a special thank you. If I can share my screen again. To our events partners, Harvey Nash and Spinks. We could not have pulled this off without all your hard work. So thank you very much. Once again, I want to say huge congrats to our top 50 and a big thank you to you, our audience, for taking part in this event. I hope you all learned something new and most importantly, enjoyed yourself. Hope you all have a good evening, and that's goodbye from me. Bye everyone. Thank you for joining us today.